Okay, guys, so this is part 2 of the anatomy workshop. And as you guys go through the materials from yesterday and we head into today, I'm sure a lot of questions will come up. So don't panic about having to absorb everything right now because I'm throwing a lot of information your way. I'm going to make it as applicable as possible to movements that we're going to do, so that you don't have to just sit with all the theory and think you're memorizing it. I want you to be able to go, oh, right, I had that experience. I could feel that muscle working. I could feel it releasing, so that it's something that you can use on a practical level. So you'll be able to review it. And then when questions come up, we have our WhatsApp group, or you can contact me privately as well, and we can just check in and see how everybody's doing. Sound fair enough? Okay, fantastic. So what we're going to do today is start off with the spine. So that's kind of where we left off yesterday. So yesterday we spoke about the 11 systems of the body. We spoke about the nervous system, which remember is the central nervous system, the peripheral nervous system. We started talking about the skeleton, and we went through and we looked at what are the major bones of the body. Remember that the bones cannot move unless you have joints to move around. So then we looked at some of the different joints in the body. Remember, there are different types of joints. We have what are called immovable joints, like those joints in the skull. So they shouldn't really move around, yeah? We have cartilaginous joints, like at the pubic bones, that have a tiny little bit of movement. And then we have freely movable joints, which are called synovial joints. And those are really the joints that we're more concerned about, because yoga, the yoga posture practice, is a movement discipline, right? So we've got ball and socket joints at the hip and shoulder. We have hinge joints at the elbows and knees. We have all kinds of gliding joints in the wrists and in the feet that are designed for weight bearing. So we can move in different ways around the joints. So what we didn't look at yesterday yet was the spine. Okay, guys, the spine is so important because it's one of those areas for a lot of people where they take strain, or perhaps they're coming into the studio already with a little bit of an injury, or maybe they've got something going on with their posture where maybe the spine is locked in a certain position. So we want to really make sure that we're comfortable with the spine, the different areas, how it works, how it should move, and then possibly things that we're going to have to modify for people around the different areas of their back as well. Sound good so far? Okay, so I'm going to do just a little bit of a screen share. So remember, guys, that this is in your notes that you've got. And this is the spine right here. So we're going to be taking a look at the 5 different areas of the spine. So what's quite nice is that we do have our skeleton here, so you can get a sense of the 3D anatomy of the skeleton. So we're going to look at the 5 different areas of the spine, how many vertebrae are there. We're going to take a look at the curves of the spine and what makes each area a little bit unique. We'll take a look at the vertebrae themselves, and we're going to take a look at the different sections and the names of the area on each vertebra. Okay, so it might sound a little bit clinical, but again, I want to be able to bring it back so that it's something that's relevant to you guys, that you can use and understand in your Pilates and your yoga practice. All right. Okay, any questions yet? Okay, good. All right, so this is our skeleton. Make sure we can see him on the screen right here. So now we've had Bob here for a long time, okay? So over the years, he's fallen over, his head's come off, things have kind of gotten a little bit out of whack, so his spine might not be as perfect as we'd like, right? But quite frankly, that's almost a good representation of the human population. I don't think I've made one person that has perfect alignment. Is everybody in here right-handed? You left-handed. There's always one left-handed person in a group. The simple fact that you're left-handed and we're right-handed, we have a bias to that one side, and that already is going to create an imbalance. Yeah? How many of you drive cars? Yeah? Does anybody have an automatic car? Does anybody else have a stick shift? Yeah? Like when you actually change gears, you've got to use the manual, yeah? Okay, yeah, we'll call it a stick shift. So the simple fact that you're driving a car and having to do this is creating an imbalance. All these little things are going to add up and it starts to pull ourselves a little bit out of alignment. Okay, so quads a good representation. When we look at our spines from the back or from the front, it should be in a straight line. It should be, yeah? All the way in a nice straight line, and then it should land evenly between our feet. That's in an ideal world. So when we have a curve from side to side, it's something called a scoliosis. Have you guys heard of that before? Yes. Scoliosis. It's a side-to-side curve of the spine. Guys, surprisingly common, and a lot of people don't even realize that they have a scoliosis. What they register is, oh, I oftentimes feel a bit tight on this one side of my back. Yeah? And that's all that they feel. It hasn't disabled them in any way. You know, they just feel a bit of tension. And we work around it. And even somebody with a really strong scoliosis, it doesn't stop them from coming into a yoga class or a Pilates class. It just means that we might have to modify or not push as much as we would with someone else. Yeah, so they just have to sort of pay attention to how their body feels. But if we look at our spine from the side, we have curves of the spine. Guys, those curves should be there. Those curves are there for shock absorption. When babies are born, the spines are flat. Did you know that? There are no curves on a baby's spine. So that's one of the reasons why you don't set a small baby upright for long periods of time. They're either lying or we're cradling them or they're leaning against us, right? Because they don't have shock absorbing curves of the spine and they don't have the strength yet to even hold this big thing on top of their neck, all right? So the first curve that develops is baby rolls onto stomach and lifts its head. And that starts to develop this little curve in the neck. And then baby manages to roll over and sit on bum. And now we start to develop some more curves. And then baby manages to go onto hands and knees. And then we start weight bearing and getting more curves. Baby starts crawling and gets that cross patterning movement, right? And then eventually baby stands up and starts walking. And now we have those curves of the spine. So in the neck area, there's an inward curve, right? That is called a lordosis. We have the same inward curve here in the lower back. That is also called a lordosis. So the inward curve is a lordosis. In this area of the upper back, the middle back, there's an outward curve, and that is called a kyphosis. It's K-Y-P-H-O-S-I-S, kyphosis. And those three curves should be there. Unfortunately, what can happen sometimes, do you guys recognize people working on computers, yeah, driving cars, and we get that really rounded upper back, yeah? So we can actually start to exaggerate those curves, and then maybe we get a few little issues that come along with that with muscle imbalances. Because the fact is, you can't move the bones without having some kind of consequence with the muscles, because the muscles move the bones around the joints. Yeah? Get the same thing. Let's say you've got that rounded back posture. You're not going to stay there looking down at the floor. What do? We lift our head to look forward, and then you change the curve here in the neck. So there's this ripple effect that happens, or you might get people that hyperextend the lower back. So anytime you hear the word hyper, it's too much, right? Too much of a curve. We could go the other way. You think about people that maybe stand really upright and rigid, tuck the pelvis under. Basically, now I've lost the curves of the spine. Everything's kind of flattened out a little bit, all right? So in an ideal world, we have natural curves of the spine for shock absorption. Making sense? Great. We have different areas of the spine, and we're going to start at the top. This area of the neck is called the cervical spine. Some people call it the cervical spine. It's just my accent from being in Canada, is that for me, this is cervical, and here's your cervix. Okay, so for me, there's a distinction. But some people call this the cervical spine, and that's absolutely fine as well. We have 7 vertebrae in the neck area. We have 7 cervical vertebrae. Starting at the very, very top, we have C1. Then we have C2. C stands for cervical. C3, C4, C5, C6, C7. 7 cervical vertebrae. Okay? Now, put your hand on the back of your neck, guys, and come down just to the bottom of your neck, and then just start lifting your head back and forward. Back and forward. So when you do that movement, can you feel that there's almost like a hinging point where your neck hinges back? Yeah. All right? And then if you put your finger on the vertebra just below that hinging point, it's the first vertebra that doesn't hinge back. Can you feel it? That is C7. That's where your neck ends. Okay? Now, if you bring your fingers right up to the base of your skull, okay? And you feel the very, very first vertebra there. Can you feel it? The one right below your skull? That is C2. So then you're thinking, well, where did C1 go? C1 is up inside your skull. You cannot feel it at the back, but you know where you can feel it? It's got these 2 wings that stick out the side that we can feel just behind our ears here. Now don't push too hard, okay? So literally just behind your earlobes. And if you just go, I just go kind of like 1, 1, 1, 1 like that. And can you feel little bony points? That's C1. That is your very, very top vertebra where your skull is now sitting on top of. All right. So that is your cervical spine. So now, what is the function of your neck? I mean, really, the main thing it's doing is supporting the weight of your head, and it's helping you just look. It's helping you move your head around so that you can see things, right? So it doesn't have to support a lot of weight. Our heads may be 7 or 8 kgs, all right? So it has to support that weight and do sort of these movements around. Okay, so when you take a look at the vertebra, can you see that they're actually very small and delicate? You see how tiny they are? They don't have to do a lot of weight bearing. And because they're so small and delicate, for some people, that's the first area that they might get issues like osteoporosis. You guys heard of osteoporosis? It's basically where it's considered kind of an aging disease. So it tends to be in older people, mostly in women, but it's where we lose bone density. Basically, the calcium starts coming out of your bones and they become quite brittle, and bones can start to break really easily. Okay, so and arthritis too. So people might start to get issues around the neck area first because they are so delicate. If you take a look at these bones at the back, this is called the spinous process. So if you put your fingers on the back of your spine, and start at the neck, go down, you feel all those knobby bits, and then when you can't go any further with that hand, and maybe feel down, down, down. You feel all those knobby bits? Those are these knobby bits sticking out the back, and that is called the spinous process. What does process mean? As soon as you hear the word process, you know that it's a place where a muscle is going to attach. Okay, so this is the spinous process sticking out the back. The spinous process around the neck, you can see that they're actually quite small and they're actually relatively flat. So the neck is also quite easy to manipulate. So if you turn and look over your right shoulder, yeah, try it. Now look over your left shoulder. I mean, that's a pretty good range of movement, yeah? That's about like 60 degrees to each side. So we have quite a bit of twisting ability there because those vertebrae are quite flat. The spinous process is quite flat. Okay, so that is the neck. How many vertebrae in the neck? 7. C1 to C7. All right. Now, below that, we have 12 vertebrae that are called the thoracic vertebrae. They make up the thoracic spine, and this is where we have the outward curve called the kyphosis. So we have a thoracic kyphosis. Yeah? So what's the first thing that you notice that is unique about the thoracic spine? Exactly. We have ribs attaching to the thoracic spine. There aren't any ribs up at the neck. Doesn't look like there are any ribs down at the bottom here. We have 12 thoracic vertebrae. We have 12 sets of ribs. All right. So there has to be an extra place where the ribs can attach to the thoracic vertebra. Immediately, that makes these vertebrae unique. They have an extra joint, an extra attachment place for those thoracic, for the ribs, one on each side. Okay? If you take a look at these vertebrae now, can you see that they tend to stick out at the top and then become a little bit more flat and then start to stick out again? But those spinous processes are definitely bigger than up in the neck. And if you take a look at the front, look how tiny the cervical vertebrae are. Look at this. Isn't that so much bigger? So the thoracic vertebrae are way more robust because look what it has to hold and move. Rib cage, shoulders, and arms. Every time we move our arms around, there is a weight-bearing action that's coming onto the thoracic spine. So this has to definitely be more robust. Now, stay where you are, but just sit up nice and straight. So I want you to just place your fingertips to your shoulders like this or like this. It doesn't matter which one. I want you to turn your head to the right. Turn your head to the left. Do you feel a lovely range of movement? Come back to the center. Now keep your chin in line with your heart. Rotate your ribs to the right. Rotate your ribs to the left. Come back to the center. Can you feel that there's less rotation ability? Yeah? And the reason being is that the ribs are going to stop the movement at a certain point. We have less capacity to rotate around the thoracic area. And I'm going to tell you the relevance and why I'm bringing this all up in a few moments. Okay. So we've got how many vertebrae in the cervical spine? 7. How many vertebrae in the thoracic spine? Fantastic. So now we come down to the bottom area of the spine. Does anybody know what this is called? You're gonna, yeah. You're gonna go, oh yes, of course. This is the lumbar spine. Exactly. As soon as you hear it, you're like, all right. Okay. This is your lumbar spine. We have 5 vertebrae in the lumbar spine. So that is called L1, L2, L3, L4, L5. Okay? This is one of the most commonly injured areas of the spine. And the reason being, on the front side here is our abdominal muscles we're going to be talking about later today. There are lots and lots of people nowadays that don't have strong abdominals. And as soon as the abdominals aren't doing their job, then the spine becomes vulnerable. Yeah, it's one of the reasons that people come into the studio to do classes is to develop core strength to help their lower backs. Okay, so now take a look at the size of the vertebrae at the front here. Can you see how thick they are in the lumbar spine? So this area at the front here that we're looking at, this is called the vertebral body. So at the back was the spinous process, and now we're looking at the front here, this sort of thick bit, that is called the vertebral body. So the vertebral body in the lumbar spine is sort of the most robust out of all of them, because it now has to wait there and operate the pelvis and the legs. So the simple fact of walking, climbing stairs, sitting on a chair, climbing up, getting into your car, getting out of your car, it's all loading the lower back. So this has to be really strong to support us. Yeah? So if you take a look at the spinous process at the back here, can you see how they stick out quite straight? Yeah? So that again makes it a little bit unique. So again, I want you to just cross your fingers over your shoulders, sit up nice and straight. Start with your neck, look over your right shoulder. That's about 60 degrees rotation. Look over your left shoulder, about 60 degrees. Bring your head back to the center. Just your rib cage. Rotate just your ribs. That's about 30 degrees. Rotate to the left. Just your ribs. That's about 30 degrees. Come back to the center. Now just your lumbar spine. How tiny is that? Come back to the center. Just your lumbar spine. That's about 10 degrees maybe, okay? So this is one of the reasons why so many people end up injuring their lower back is they think they have this massive range of movement in the lower back, and we don't. So when we come into all kinds of twisting actions in yoga, in Pilates, people think of cranking their lower backs around and they wonder why they're getting injuries. Yeah? So the different areas of the spine have different functions, they have different ranges of movement. So we've been very specifically talking about rotation, but don't forget, guys, that our spines have the capacity to flex, extend. Does anybody remember the name of that plane where we go forwards and backwards? Flexion and extension. Sagittal plane, well done. We also have the ability to laterally flex, go side to side. So anytime you move side to side, does anybody remember that plane? So sagittal is frontal, exactly. Either the frontal, some people call it the coronal plane. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then we also have the ability to twist and rotate, which we'll be talking about now. And that is on the horizon. That is called the horizontal plane. So the spine has the capacity to move in all 3 directions, but just in different ranges of movement. Okay. So we've taken a look at these little knobs sticking out the back, and that is called the spinous process. This big chunky bit at the front is called the vertebral body. Can you see that we have these little wings that stick out the side? And that is called the transverse process. So now again, you know that muscles connect there. This is the transverse process that sticks out to the side here. So we cannot feel it because it's inside. We could only feel it up here behind our ear, which is C1. Okay, that's where we could actually feel the transverse process. Then, do you see that there are these little grooves on either side? That is actually a joint, and that joint is called a facet joint. Some people call it a facet joint. It's the same thing, it's just pronunciation is different. So the facet joint actually provides a guide rail of one vertebra below to the vertebra above, and it limits the range of movement at each level of one vertebra to the next one above. This is also a synovial joint. Yeah, so it's got that synovial fluid inside. It's designed to move quite smoothly, but sometimes what happens is that the surface on that joint gets rough and is called arthritis. And then it becomes quite inflamed and stiff. Okay? It can happen at any joint in the body, and oftentimes you might see people with very swollen knuckles around their fingers. That is arthritis. Okay, it's the same thing. It's the roughening of the surface at the joint that just happens to be in their fingers. So the facet joint allows a little bit of movement at each level, but it kind of contains the movement so that our spines aren't going crazy. Okay, we have some control over it. So then, that's my children. All right. Do you see, here's the spinous process, here's the facet joint, and then on either side is a section of bone, all right? And that is called the lamina, all right? So that is the lamina. Sometimes if people have to have surgery on their spine for some reason, if there's something going on where they've got to get kind of inside, they will have something called a laminectomy. And it's basically where they will access the spine through the lamina. And then, just on the other side here, if I turn Bob around, we'll look a little bit higher up. So right here, here's the vertebral body at the front. Here's the transverse process, and do you see now that there's a little strip of bone in between the two, this little section here? That is called the pedicle. So pedi, you guys go for pedicures? Yeah. Yes, okay, means foot. So that's basically the foot of the vertebra. Vertebral body, and there's the pedicle right there. In the middle of the entire spine, we have a hole running down the center. What is in that hole, guys? The brain leading to the spinal cord. Exactly. So the spinal cord, which is part of the central nervous system, lives inside that spinal canal. All right, so that's where it is housed, which is why the spine is designed really to protect the central nervous system. Okay, any questions so far? Okay, we've got the three curves of the spine, the different areas, how many vertebrae we have. We have two little areas at the bottom of the spine that are quite unique. This flat triangle shape is called the sacrum. Yeah? The sacrum is the section of the spine that connects to the pelvis. Yeah? So this is kind of the bridge. And where the sacrum connects to the ilium, we have joints, one on either side, called the sacroiliac joint. The SIJ, sacroiliac joint. Remember, we actually felt it out last night, and I think Isabella was saying, oh, that's quite tender. Okay, it can be quite tender for a lot of people. So that's the sacroiliac joint. And then the sacrum itself is flat. These vertebrae are fused. All right? We have anywhere from 3 to 5 vertebrae. That's all considered normal. But what we do want to recognize is that they are fused together. They do still have little openings here, though. Can you see those little holes? That's where nerves exit. You see along the side of the vertebrae here, where I can stick my fingers in, those are the same openings or holes where the nerves exit. And guys, inside the head, the skull, I should say, and the spinal column is the central nervous system. As soon as those nerves leave those holes, they become the peripheral nervous system. Now, that's where we feed the rest of our body, so we can actually feel things and get a sense of where we are in space. Those holes are called intervertebral, so between each vertebra, intervertebral foramina. And in Latin, foramen means opening. Okay, so those are just little openings in between each of the vertebrae where the nerves can exit. And we've got the same thing down in the sacrum here. And then this little section, does anybody know what it's called at the very bottom? It's your coccyx. Exactly. Very, very strange spelling. C-O-C-C-Y-X. C-O-C-C-Y-X, the coccyx. So many people just call it the tailbone. Okay? Guys, they are fused as well. But there are no nerves exiting here. We have anywhere from 2 to 4 vertebrae. All of it's considered normal, and they are fused together. All right. So, the coccyx and the sacrum fused together don't have movement between each of the vertebrae because they are fused. However, the lumbar spine, the thoracic spine, and the cervical spine all have movement. You guys just did it right now. You could rotate, you could rotate, you could rotate. Okay, they can all move. And the reason that they are able to move is because we have these little pads in between each vertebra that are called the discs. Okay, now the discs in themselves are there for cushioning, right? And they allow the movement. Over time, as we get older, we can sometimes get issues, and it could just be age-related, because as we get older, we tend to dry up. Yeah, we get a bit dehydrated. If you go to a 2-year-old and pinch their cheeks, nice firm, rubbery little things, yeah, because of so much collagen, and they're nicely hydrated, and they're all new, okay? You go to somebody maybe who's 70 or 80 years old, and you feel their skin, they've lost a lot of collagen, there's a different quality to it, and they've lost water. It's the same thing that's happening to those discs. So it could be a natural aging thing. Now that we're so aware of it, there are a lot of people that are taking really good care of themselves, drinking enough water, which makes a huge difference, making sure that they're getting collagen in their diets, right? So for people who aren't vegetarians, things like bone broth. For people who are vegetarians, there are other ways that you can actually get collagen into your diet as well. And that makes a huge difference, not only for these discs, but for all the other joints of your body as well, okay? So it keeps them nicely hydrated. The other thing that keeps those discs healthy is movement. If you take a look at someone who is very sedentary, everything starts to stiffen up, right? As soon as you start moving, even with that breathing, and you just actually keep your spine healthy and active, it's going to provide nourishment to the discs, because all that fluid that goes around the nervous system starts getting shunted, moved around, and provides nourishment. Makes sense? Cool. So now before I go on to talk about the discs some more, I'm just going to do a little bit of a screen share here, specifically talking about the discs, just so that you have that online there. So I'm going to show it to you now on the skeleton, but that disc basically has sort of outer rings called the annulus fibrosus, and it's almost like an onion. You know when you peel layers off an onion and there's one under, one under, one under? It's the same thing here. It's layer upon layer, and they run at cross angles to each other, so it really maximizes their strength. So anytime we're rotating, bending forward, extending, those discs are really well designed to be able to support all of those movements. Inside, in the middle of those rings, is sort of a watery gel substance called the nucleus pulposus, okay? And that is designed to stay hydrated and give us some lovely shock absorption as well. Have you guys heard of slip discs? Herniated discs? Bulging discs? Yeah, okay. Guys, it's all pretty much the same thing, but to different degrees of severity, okay? So you might actually start with this tiny little bulging action where that center, that nucleus, starts to push either to the side, to the back, or forward. And then it could become a little bit more severe where they might call it a slipped disc because it's pushed a bit further to the side. And then you might actually get it to herniate, which means it actually bursts all the way through. So, you know, the fact is, you might meet some people that say, no, don't ever go and have surgery on your spine, it's invasive. And I agree with it to a certain extent, that I think some people just want a quick fix, but they don't actually address what caused it in the first place. So if you had a massive car accident, if you fell off a horse and there was a trauma, okay, and you have this herniation, you know, that's one thing. Where then you're kind of going, okay, well, maybe the pain is so severe that it's causing a whole other host of issues. Sort out what's happening at the disc and then you do your rehab. If it's something that is posture related or lack of movement related, let's face it, there's actually something we could do about it. And the simple fact that you come into the studio, you address the core strength, you address your posture, your alignment, you get things moving again, you may very well be able to kind of sort out the issue on your own through movement. You don't necessarily need to have surgery. I advocate for surgery when the pain is so bad that it's actually stopping you from being able to enjoy what you're doing. Yeah? Then you need to deal with the pain first, but then you can't just go, oh great, now it's sorted and now I'm done with, I'm not going to do any exercise. Then we're going to have the same problem again in a couple of years, right? So there is a lot that we can do movement-wise and core strength-wise that's going to help with that herniation or disc issues. Guys, any questions about the spine? Yeah? You guys all have lovely, healthy spines. Nothing to worry about. No. Okay. Yeah. You know, so here's the other thing as well, is that if you take a look at somebody who comes from a dance background, dancing isn't normal. Yeah? But it's like any elite sport, you take your body to extremes, right? Any athlete is demanding something of their body that is beyond what is considered normal, but that's what makes them elite, right? So when you take a look at somebody who dances, yeah, they have to take their bodies to extreme range of movement. The flexibility and the mobility need to be beyond maybe what I consider functional, you know? I'm happy on those days when I can touch my toes. I don't really feel the need to do the splits anymore. All right. So, you know, everybody has different expectations of their body, and what is considered functional for me might be quite different for what is functional for Isabella, right? Same thing if you take a look at a rugby player. I don't know too many rugby players that can do the splits, but that's not what their sport requires. Their sport requires their muscles to protect them. Yeah, because it's a very hectic contact sport. So now you take a look at a rugby player and they need to focus on that almost global or brute strength. And unfortunately for a lot of rugby players, because they've neglected that deeper layer of strength. Remember yesterday we spoke about deep muscles and superficial muscles? If you are neglecting those deep muscle connections, that's ultimately an injury waiting to happen as well. So a rugby player's functional movement and strength is very different from what dancer requires. It's very different from what I would require. Yeah? Cool. Okay, so I think we're ready to start talking about muscles. Yeah? So let me just go back onto our screen share, make sure that I haven't missed anything in our presentation here. Okay, we spoke about joints, and now we're going to talk a little bit about our muscles. Okay, so if you go into exclusive books, and you go into the anatomy, the physiology, the biology section, and you go and you pick up one book, and then you pick up another book for anatomy, and you open up this one, and it says, hey, we've got 600 odd muscles in the body. And then you pick up this book, and it says, hey, we've got about 800 muscles in the body. And you're going, what? Why is that? Why is there a discrepancy? These are like two professionally published anatomy books. Why do you think that might be? Why would there be a discrepancy?
Yeah, because over the years they discovered muscles and parts of them. They could be writing a new book, maybe.
Yeah.
That's why there's additions, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically what happened is a few years ago, they stopped talking about a particular muscle called the psoas minor because it turned out not everybody had it. So some people have a muscle called the psoas minor, other people don't, and so they started removing it from the book. So it was quite interesting that I think this first book that I had must have been the first or the second edition, and it listed the psoas minor. And now, when I take a look in this edition of the same book, they don't list it anymore. So exactly that. They start to realize, okay, well, not everybody has that muscle, and so they've started to delete some of them. Exactly. What other reasons could there be?
It's just about conflicts of opinion in some cases.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
On,
I don't know about like some people believe a certain amounts, others believe that other things aren't constituted as a muscle or something like that.
okay, so you're on the right track. So basically, some people will say, here is the quadriceps muscle, and they talk about it as one muscle. And some people say the quadriceps is made up of 4 different muscles, hence quadriceps. So now one book might actually go into enough detail that they talk about this as 4 different muscles, and other books list it as one muscle called the quadriceps. Okay? Some people might talk about the hamstrings. Does everybody know where the hamstrings are? At the back of the leg? Okay? And other people go, hold on a second. The hamstrings are made up of 3 different muscles. So already we've got a discrepancy in the numbers right there based on how you would break down particular muscle groups. And that explains a lot of the discrepancies that we have as well. Okay, so don't panic if you see different numbers listed in different books. What we're going to be doing as we go through the different muscles is talk about the major muscles of the body. Do you guys want to learn 800 different muscles today? Say no.
No.
Good. If one of you says yes, I'll be like, yeah. Okay. We are going to be doing an overview right here. This is an introduction to functional anatomy. What are the main muscles? And then if you guys are loving anatomy, you know what? You can dive in and you can go into greater depth at a later stage, okay? This workshop is about giving you an overview of the big muscles that are working as we do our practice, okay? Cool. So guys, we have 3 different types of muscles, okay? One of them is called cardiac. One of them is called smooth, and the other one is called skeletal. They're all different, okay? So if we talk about smooth muscle, literally, I would take a little section of it, I could put it underneath a microscope, and it would be completely smooth. I wouldn't see any kind of lines or anything like that, okay? We find smooth muscle in our internal organs, like our stomach, our intestines. We find smooth muscle running along the veins and the arteries, okay? It is involuntary. We don't have any control over it. Like right now, if I say to you, please contract your stomach stomach's doing its own thing, yeah? The brain's operating it, it does what it needs to do, okay? So that is our internal organs have smooth muscle. Our heart is very special. So this is cardiac muscle in the heart, okay? If I took a little section of it and I put it underneath a microscope, I would see lines. It's called striations. So when I look at those lines and they are striated muscles, I can see that it would be in the heart. And what makes the heart special is that it's involuntary. Like the smooth muscle, except it's striated, it's involuntary. So if I say to you right now, please just squeeze your heart. Squeeze your heart, right? Your heart is doing its own thing. It's operating on its own accord. Your brain's controlling it, but it happens to be striated. Skeletal muscle is what we're going to be talking about today. I take a little piece of skeletal muscle, I put it underneath the microscope, and I see those lines. It is striated muscle, just like the heart. The big difference is that we can control it. Yeah, it's voluntary. I could actually say to you now, please contract your bicep. I have control over it. So it's striated and it's voluntary. It also has nerve endings, and it gives us all kinds of feedback about proprioception, where we are in space, and we can perceive pain with our skeletal muscles. We don't have the capacity with our smooth muscle in the internal organs and at the heart. Okay, so skeletal muscle, striated, voluntary, gives us a sense of proprioception, where we are in space, and has nerve endings. Yeah? Okay, so those are the 3 different muscles. So now, skeletal muscle, we can break down in a couple of different ways. So let me just open up the screen share, so as I talk about it, you guys would be able to read it as well. So skeletal muscle can be either slow twitch or fast twitch. Okay? So slow twitch is oftentimes called type 1. Okay? And it's called oxidative. It uses oxygen as its fuel. It is designed to last for a long period of time. So you guys might not even be aware of it because you're sitting right now, we're not really actively moving, but you are using your slow twitch muscles right now just to be able to hold your body in the shape that you're in right now. So it's responsible for us to be able to hold the tone of our body and to hold our postures. It has a lot of endurance. Yeah? But then we also have fast twitch fibers. Oopsie, sorry. Fast twitch fibers, right there. So we have 2 different types of fast twitch fibers. We've got one that uses oxygen again. It's called oxidative. All right, these are oftentimes called type 2, by the way. So the slow twitch are sometimes called type 1. So this uses oxygen, and it's kind of like a little bit faster to respond than our slow twitch fibers, but because it uses oxygen, it can last for like an intermediate length of time. Yeah? And then we have another type of fast twitch fiber that uses sugar. It uses glycogen. So glycogen is kind of like a fancy word for sugar, all right? So it uses glycogen as its fuel, and it kicks in quickly. It works really fast, it works really hard, but it can only work for a short period of time. It's called a phasic muscle. It works for a short phase. Yeah? Our slow twitch fibers that last for a long time, they don't fatigue very easily. They are called tonic muscles. They hold tone. But these ones that use sugar kick in quickly, and they are phasic muscles. So the simple fact is that all of us have a combination of all of these. So if we were to go and do a little muscle biopsy, which you can get done, but it's not fun, I wouldn't recommend it, I would never do it, where they basically just stab into your leg and just yank out a piece of meat, and then they can analyze what your particular percentage of muscle fibers are. As a general rule, we have about 70% slow twitch, because this is pretty much what we do the majority of the day, right? We just have to kind of like hold ourselves, okay? So we don't need a lot of fast twitch. We've got about 30% fast twitch for those times that we have to run somewhere, we're jumping on a trampoline, okay? A bear is chasing us and off we run, okay? That's when the fast twitch kicks in. All right, so that's as a general rule. But now, if we all went and we got a little muscle biopsy, we'll see that, you know, there might be like little deviations there. So for example, let's say we went to Caitlin, we got a little muscle biopsy done, and it turns out that Caitlin is about 75% slow twitch and 25% fast twitch. And it explains why she is such a phenomenal long-distance runner. Yeah? Because she's got lots of endurance. She can just keep going for a long period of time and it doesn't fatigue that easily. All right? And then we come over to Isabella and we do the same little biopsy test. And it turns out she's got 65% slow twitch and 35% fast twitch, which explains why she's in track and field and she's legging it down the track, okay? She is a super, super fast runner, okay? And it's because there's this natural discrepancy in the muscle fibers that you guys have. And then for some strange reason, Caitlin decides that she wants to run track and field. So she changes her diet, she changes her training. There is a small percentage percentage of muscle fibers that we can train and we can change and convert. So now let's say that Caitlin manages to convert some of her slow twitch to fast twitch, but she only is now 70% slow twitch. Before she was 75, right? And so 70% slow twitch and 30% gets onto the track, races against Isabella. Isabella's still streaking ahead of her. And she's just like, but I put in all this training. Unfortunately, just genetically, Isabella had that advantage, right? So it's one of those things where you kind of realize everybody's body is built differently, designed differently. So what are our strengths? What can we work on? What can we kind of like realistically expect ourselves to be able to do with our vehicles and our bodies as well? Okay. So we're dealing with skeletal muscles right now. We have the capacity to have fast twitch and slow twitch fibers with all of our skeletal muscles that make our bodies move through space. Does this make sense? Fantastic. Okay, so now I'm going to do a little screen share again because I want you guys to be able to see this. All right. So if you take a look at that picture right there, all right, you see that there's like a yellow thing coming down and then all the red things in between. Okay, see that little yellow thing there and the red things in between? Little yellow bit.
The yellow.
The little yellow bit and then
It's
the
like
red in between. You've got it. It's like little gecko fingers holding on to it, right? Okay, so guys, this yellow bit right here is a nerve. Okay, so that yellow bit is a nerve. On the diagram here, it says a motor neuron. Guys, a neuron is a nerve, all right? That is part of your peripheral nervous system. So once the nerve exits from the spinal cord and it goes to whichever muscle it's operating, it actually connects onto the red sections, which are basically your muscles. So I don't know if you noticed when I showed you the pictures there, that little bundle, that muscle is made up of fibers. Okay, in this particular example, there are 13 little muscle fibers that work together that would be considered a muscle. Okay, and then if you take a look on the inside of that tiny little muscle fiber, there are some dots, and those dots are called myofibrils. All right, so this is basically how our muscles work, how they contract and how they release. Those myofibrils are strands of protein, basically. It's called filaments, which are strands of protein, and there are thick filaments and there are thin filaments. And the thick filaments are called myosin, and the thin filaments are called actin. And they basically hook together, and there's a whole mechanism that involves calcium, for example, which is why when we go back to our diets are so important for things like magnesium, potassium, calcium. Those are all responsible for helping our muscles to be able to contract. Yeah, so this is why diet is so important. So those filaments basically contract with each other to be able to make a muscle plump up or lengthen out and be able to stretch. And what's operating that muscle is the nerve. So if you put together the nerve with a set number of muscle fibers, that would be called a motor unit. So the brain is operating your muscle through this mechanism right here. Yeah, and remember I said yesterday that those signals travel at 400 meters a second. That's really fast. Yeah, so we're not really having to think about most of the stuff that we do. It happens just spontaneously or very, very quickly. So this mechanism operates on something called an all or nothing rule. Okay, so let me just turn the video on. So let's say that I am going to need to pick up my phone, okay? So my brain's had some experience with phones. I have a general idea of how heavy it is. So I'm going to go and I'm going to pick up my phone, and my brain is already kind of calculating how many motor units I need to fire up to be able to pick it up, because I have a pretty good sense of how heavy it is, okay? It fired up as many as I needed to get the job done. Now, let's say that I go to pick up that phone and it's actually, for some strange reason, a lot heavier than I anticipated. Maybe it's somebody else's phone, okay? So I pick up the phone and I'm, oh, okay. And my brain will actually immediately give me the signal, okay, that wasn't enough motor units, fire up another 10. See if that gets the job done. There's a constant recalibration of kind of going, okay, well, how many should I fire up until I've got the right amount, and then I can pick it up. And maybe you guys have had this experience before. You got to pick something up that's actually way lighter than you anticipated, right? So you're anticipating, oh, it's going to be heavy. Oh my, and you're almost like fall over, right? So there's this constant recalibration of how many motor units you actually need to get a job done. But the fact is, each of those nerves attached to each of that bundle of fibers, it's an all or nothing rule. All 13 of those fibers are going to fire up with that single nerve. I can't just fire up 3 of them. All 13 with that motor unit are going to kick in. And if I need more, a different nerve attached to a different is going to pick it up, okay, or less. That's basically how our brain, through the nervous system, is telling our muscles what to do and when and how hard. Yeah, constant feedback. Makes sense? Fantastic. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Motor neuron disease. How does that? What would happen there? Is the connection not firing fast enough?
So you know what? I mean, there are a lot of movement diseases that happen for different reasons. Like, for example, with Parkinson's. Now, again, I'm not an expert on all of them, but from my understanding, there's something happening at the cell level, the brain, that isn't actually allowing the body to respond. So that's why you get all this sort of like dyskinesia, you know? And I know that there are other diseases, for example, like Lou Gehrig's disease. That was what Stephen Hawking had, where he ended up in a wheelchair, where basically everything slowed down. Again, I don't know the mechanism behind it as well, but I think a lot of it does have to do with those connections between the brain, possibly hormones that might be affected, and nerves. Yeah. Have you got a personal experience with that, or just curiosity?
Now, I'm just curious about it. Yeah. But I can imagine how that would work.
Yeah, because there are so many degenerative diseases that affect your coordination and your movement patterns. You know, and you know, there is a lot of Parkinson's. I know that is an issue for a lot of people. Yeah. All right, so now we're going to take a look on the next page here at different types of muscle contractions. So the skeletal muscle that we've been talking about can work in 3 different ways. It's called isometric, concentric, and eccentric. And we're going to go through them together right now. So an isometric contraction is when we are tightening or using the muscles, but the joints stay still. So a classic example. You guys recognize this? Some people call it a plank pose, some people call it chaturanga, some people call it the push-up position, some people call it front support basic. The fact is, nothing was moving, but I promise you those muscles are working, right? Okay, come on to all fours. And get yourself set up so that you've got your wrists in a comfortable position. Do you remember yesterday we went through that little process of figuring out your hand position so that you can get 60 to 70% of your body weight on thumb and index finger. Roll the tops of your shoulders backwards in the socket. Abdominal muscles are connected. I want you to stretch one leg backwards behind you. Tuck your toes under on the floor. Doesn't matter if you go off your mat. And then stretch the other leg backwards behind you. Hold your plank position. And I just want you to stay here and breathe. Shoulders away from your ears, pressing away from your hands. Your back is nice and wide. Chin lifted into your voice box. There's energy through your crown. There's energy through your heels. Your bum cheeks are lightly engaged to help support your pelvis. Your knees are nice and straight. Are you starting to feel something yet? You haven't moved anywhere. Why is it so hard, guys? So this is isometric work. Bring one knee in, bring the other knee in. You can sit back and shake out your wrists. Well done. Hey, wakey, wakey on a Saturday morning, hey? All right. So that is just one example of isometric work. And it's quite interesting in yoga, there's a lot more isometric work than we might find in a Pilates class, because oftentimes we'll go into a posture in yoga and then you hold and you stay there and you connect to your breath. And just, you can do it in a lot of different positions. Somebody might get you into your warrior one. Nothing's moving. You're staying, you're holding, you're breathing. The simple fact that you're stabilizing your body in that one position, engaging the muscles, that's isometric work. Okay. So it's one of the ways that we can actually strengthen our skeletal muscles. All right. So now, the other way that we can work the muscles is called isotonic. Let me make sure I've got the terminology right. So the did I tell you guys right now when you're holding a position, it's called isometric, right? Good, good. So I didn't get them switched. So now you can also do isotonic. So isotonic is when you work a muscle, but there is some kind of movement happening. And that some kind of movement can either be called concentric or eccentric. Okay, so there is some kind of movement happening. So concentric is when a muscle is shortening as we work. So a classic example might be doing a bicep curl. Okay, pretend that this is a dumbbell, all right? So I've got a dumbbell in my hand. Everybody knows a bicep curl, right? As I do my bicep curl, my bicep is shortening, it's plumping up. That is called concentric work. And there was movement happening, right? I was bending my elbow. So that is called concentric. When I take my dumbbell down again, I don't want to do this. Fuck me nuts when I see people do that, right? There's no control there, okay? So when I control the movement down, I'm working the muscles still. I'm moving, and this time I am lengthening the muscle. That is called eccentric work. So concentric shortens the muscle. Eccentric lengthens the muscle. And both of them involve some kind of movement and some kind of resistance. In this case, I had my dumbbell, but a lot of the time in yoga and Pilates, we're using gravity as our resistance. Yeah, it's just you and your mat and gravity basically. Okay. So what I'd like you to do, please, is come up into a standing position. Have you guys heard of the chair pose or Utkatasana in yoga? Fabulous. So we're going to have an experience of Utkatasana. Our muscle focus is the quadriceps, our thigh muscles. So I want you to bring your awareness to these muscles right now. So typically in Utkatasana, we stand with the feet close together, but some people's knees don't like that. So then you're welcome to take your feet just a little bit apart if that feels better for you. All right, so make sure that you're lined up, arms down beside you. And all I want you to do is bend your knees and reach your fingertips towards the ground. And then I want you to come all the way back up again to where you started. Do that again. Bend your knees. Can you feel the quadriceps are lengthening? And then when you come up again, can you feel that they're shortening, that they're plumping? Yeah, do that again. When you bend your knees, your quadriceps are working eccentrically. Come back up. They are working concentrically. One more time. Bend your knees. Eccentric control. Straighten your legs. Concentric work in the quadriceps. Now, bend your knees, reach down. That is eccentric work. Go down. Stay there. Reach your fingertips forward, framing your ears. Holding it there. Lift your eye line, lift your heart slightly. You are working your quadriceps isometrically. Nothing's moving. You're not moving your knees, your ankles, your arms. Can you feel something happening? How about if you shift a little bit back in your heels, bend your knees and sink a little bit deeper? Yes. You deepen the eccentric work. I highly recommend you breathe, by the way. And now you're going to take one more breath, reach down, and then as you stand upright, you work your quadriceps concentrically, and you can sit down. Well done. Okay. Is everyone okay? Fantastic. So we specifically focused on chair pose, Utkatasana, and we specifically focused on the thigh muscles, the quadriceps. The reality is you can take any skeletal muscle on your body and you go into any asana or exercise or stretch, and you can start thinking about the muscles in different ways. Is it working? Am I moving a joint? Is that muscle shortening or is it lengthening as I move that joint? And it's going to start to tell you how your body's working. Yeah? Cool. Hang in there for just a few more moments and then we'll take a break. All right, so just one more little thing that we want to talk about is if you open up any anatomy book, and you turn to one of the muscles here. I'll show you here. So it will list what is the origin, what is the insertion. Okay, so oftentimes it will say what is the origin of the muscle, what is the insertion. Yeah, most anatomy books will list what is the origin and what is the insertion. All right, so when we look at an origin of a muscle, it is the one end of the muscle that typically doesn't move. And when we talk about the insertion, we're talking about the one end of the muscle that does move. So I'm just going to give you an example again, because I think we all understand biceps, yeah? So one part of the bicep brachii muscle originates on this little bone here, which is called the coracoid process, okay? It originates here, and it comes down, and it inserts below the elbow, like this, okay? So when this muscle contracts, when it shortens, when it works concentrically, it's going to do this. We all recognize that movement of the bicep curl. And then it comes down. Did you see that the origin stayed still and the insertion actually moved? So that is the difference between origin and insertion. Now, I am more of the thought that in this workshop in particular, it's more important to understand which direction the muscle fibers are lying, because it will tell you immediately what movement does that muscle create. So I oftentimes talk about the muscle attaches to the coracoid process, and it attaches below the elbow to the radius, the ulna. I don't necessarily talk about origin and insertion, because as soon as you know where it attaches, you can see that that muscle goes straight down. It makes sense that it does this movement when it tightens, when it contracts, as opposed to when I have a muscle. Yeah, we're not there anymore, it's a little thick. Let me take this. Let's say we have a muscle that's lying inside this groove of the scapula, and it attaches to the side of the humerus. Look at the direction, it's horizontal now, it's not up and down, right? So do you guys have any ideas, if I was to shorten this muscle, what do you think it might do? So you can see here. You see that maybe it would take the arm out to the side. So it's going in this direction. So if it shortens, it's going to do this. Doesn't really make sense it's going to do that. How's it going to do that? If it's attached to the side here. Make sense? Yeah? So for me, it's more important to understand where does it attach and which direction is it going. So we get a good sense of the movement that that muscle might create.
So doesn't the muscles, they aren't together for this one and this one, they're not kind of being together, they're different.
Yes, so that was an example of the biceps, and this was part of the rotator cuff. So it was just an example of two different muscles and the movements. And that's what we're going to be breaking down a little bit. Okay. So now, let's go back to our biceps brachii, our biceps muscle. So we know that it can work concentrically and eccentrically. It is a skeletal muscle. It has the capacity to work really slowly because it's got slow twitch fibers. It has the capacity to work quite quickly because it also has fast twitch fibers, right? Okay? And when it contracts, it attaches to the coracoid process, it attaches below the elbow, When it contracts, it is creating this movement. It is called the prime mover. You can get other muscles that help it. They would be called secondary movers. The prime mover for the biceps curl is the biceps brachii. It is the one that is mostly working to create this movement and to make it happen. All our muscles have partners. On the back of the arm, we have a muscle called the triceps. Yeah, do you guys know your triceps? Fantastic, I think most women do. One of the things that they often say to me is, yes, 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 when I come into Pilates, please, I want to work my triceps. Okay, and then we'll work everything else as well, but we'll also work your triceps, okay? So when I do my biceps curl, my triceps need to lengthen. They need to stretch to allow that movement to happen. So my biceps are my prime mover as I flex my elbow in the sagittal plane. My triceps are the antagonist. They have to let go and release to accommodate the movement. So all our muscles in our body, this is just one example, biceps, triceps are partners. And we are ultimately trying to find balance between all our partner muscles to find good alignment. If I had one muscle that was really, really tight, and now I'm trying to do a biceps curl, but my triceps are so tight that I can't actually bend my elbow properly. That's not balanced. Yeah? So all our muscles, we want to have strength with flexibility to be able to allow our joints to work appropriately. And that's going to be one of the things that we're focusing on as we go through the different movements today of what's happening with imbalances possibly. Yeah? And then what you might also find listed in your anatomy books is they talk about stabilizers. In one of these books, they call it a fixator. I've never called it a fixator in my life, but apparently some people do call it fixators. But stabilizers. Stabilizers are the muscles surrounding that area that hold everything still that shouldn't be moving. Okay? So in any given movement, in any given exercise or asana, we can talk about what is the prime mover, what is the antagonist, and what's stabilizing you, what's holding you still in the places that you need to be still. All good. Fantastic. All right, guys, so we've been going for a little while. Should we take a few minute break? All right, let me just pause here. Okay, so the first video we're going to take a look at right now is fascia in movement. Oh, no, it isn't. Hold on. Stop share. Keeps going to that one. Hold on a second. There we go. It's the one at the back.
Hi, this is Tom Myers, and I'm pleased to introduce you to this new series that we've got going, Fascial Essentials for the Movement Therapist. And I really would like to straighten out some of the, shall we say, exaggerations that are going on about fascia. When I talk to exercise therapists, personal trainers about fascia, often they say to me, oh, fascia, yes, I know about that. That's the saran wrap around the muscles. And I really would like to take you into the story a lot deeper than that. The fact of the matter is that you're training your fascia no matter what you do. And the question is, could you do it better if you were doing it consciously? And I believe you can. TRX is training the fascia, CrossFit is training the fascia, just sitting there. If you're sitting there right now watching this thing, you're training your fascia in terms of sitting. It's always being trained, and it has such amazing properties to it. Like, for instance, here from the toy store are 2 gummy bears. They're the same, well, they're gummy snakes or something, I don't know, gummy worms. They're gummy in any case. So is the mucopolysaccharides or glycoaminoglycans or all these long words for various kinds of mucus and snot. And it has this property of being viscoelastic, so that if I take this gummy bear and I stretch it slowly, I get this viscoelastic response of having the gummy bear. Now watch carefully, I'm going to do it this way. Watch carefully when I let it go, there's going to be a certain amount of elasticity. But then there's also this viscosity. You see what's happened to this one compared to the one that it was just like a minute ago. And if I were to put these down here and leave them for a while, you'd see this one slowly coming back to be the same length as the other. It has a viscoelastic property. That's what fascia has, is a viscoelastic property. We can see that viscoelastic property in something like this, where it takes and then regains its shape. This is what happens to your joint fluid at the moment that you're catching a ball. It suddenly goes splat, and then it comes right back into shape again. I don't know what this stuff is, but it's acting like ground substance. And of course, in amongst the ground substance are all the fibers, like the collagen fibers. This is a simple way, but something that goes around a wine bottle. I guess I didn't get that in a toy store, but still has the same effect. This, if my hand were a muscle cell, this is how the fascia goes around that muscle cell. That double lattice arrangement turns out to be really important in the fascia to allow the fascia to stretch and allow the muscle to contract. So we're going to be going into how the fascia is arranged around the muscles, what happens to fascia in like the iliotibial band, where you get to a place where it won't stretch anymore, it won't grow anymore. We're going to be going into all of the areas of myofascial force transmission and into fascial elasticity, how the fascia, which we didn't know before, not only is the fascia elastic, which I wouldn't have been telling you 5 years ago, that's pretty new. However, it's not only elastic, but you can train the elasticity into the fascia. That's what folks are doing with the barefoot running and some of the elastic stretches that people are doing. Back in the day, and I was alive back in the day, they did lots of ballistic stretching, and that's what Jane Fonda brought out at the beginning of the aerobics movement, in the first aerobics stuff. So that stuff is making a return now, because that's how you train elasticity into the fascia. The general big idea that I'd like us to get is this idea that the bones are floating within a balance of the soft tissue. So that when you are working with people with soft tissue, you are changing how their skeleton works. It is not that you are just making the muscles stronger around the skeleton. You're actually changing the way they exist in space with the kind of work that you're doing. This tensegrity idea, or here you can see it in the form of a pelvis, so that if you watch this pelvis walk, of course it's not exactly a pelvis, but it does show you how the hip bones have to with the legs. This idea of the tensegrity is really important to understanding the role of the fascia in the body. We're also going to be going into the fascial neurology, how the brain finds out about the fascia. It turns out the brain is very interested in the fascia, and you have more nerves in your fascia than, way more nerves than you have in your muscles, and way more nerves than you have even in your tongue or your eye. Your brain is just incredibly interested in what's going on in your fascia. Lots of different kinds of stretch receptors. We're going to be looking into that. And if I keep going on much longer, we'll have taken up the whole webinars, but we won't. Come and see our series of 5 webinars on the essentials of fascia for therapists.
Okay, cool. So what I just want to highlight with what he spoke about there, let me just take this off screen share. So what we want to highlight just for a moment is the different qualities that we have in fascia, all right? And this elasticity, that elastic quality, is one of the ways that we can train strength into our fascia. So not only are we thinking about muscles and creating strength around the muscles, I'm not saying we're getting rid of all those ideas about how we strengthen our muscles as well, but fascia, with any of the more dynamic movements that we do, which is why vinyasa is so wonderful, is if you think about doing a salute to the sun, that is all about bringing the quality of elasticity into our work. But at the same time, we have, this is plasticine or salipati, we have this possibility of plasticity. So one of the modules that you guys are going to be learning is yin. And in yin, you go into a pose, oftentimes a stretch, and you stay there 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 6 minutes. You stay there for a long time, and what that is doing is giving you the opportunity to actually release the fascia and create a new shape that holds for a longer period of time. So muscles have the capacity to work elastically or like this. Muscles tend to be more elastic. Fascia has the possibility to work elastically and like this, like plastic. They tend to be more plastic. So we don't want to just separate these out, just like we don't want to separate out muscles and fascia. There are both of these qualities in both of them, which is why that combination of vinyasa and yin is such a lovely blend, because then you can train them in 2 different ways. All right. The other thing that he mentioned in that video clip, which I think is fascinating, is that the number of nerve endings in our fascia is way more than the nerve endings we have in our muscles. Yeah, so we get so much feedback from our fascia about our proprioception, how our body is in space, the shape of our body and our movements, way more than we might actually get from our muscles. Okay, so it's an incredibly valuable part of our movement. Okay. Are you ready for the second one? Sure. So the second video
Can you send that first one?
This is all saved. This is all saved on the little clip. So I'm just going to close this down so I don't get all confused. And I just want to open up this one called Melting the Fuzz. All right. You guys see? No way?
So here's the thing about the fuzz. I'm gonna try and do it at the camera. Okay. So we've seen the fuzz. You can see it now. I'll put it in over my voice. The fuzz yields to my fingertip. Sometimes I come across a stronger, thicker strand that doesn't yield to my fingertip. That represents older fuzz sometimes, or maybe it represents the nerve. But each night when you go to sleep, the interfaces between your muscles grow fuzz potentially. And in the morning when you wake up and you stretch, the fuzz melts. We melt the fuzz. That stiff feeling you have is
is the solidifying of your tissues. The sliding surfaces aren't sliding anymore. There's fuzz growing in between them. You need to stretch. Every cat in the world gets up in the morning and it stretches its body and it melts the fuzz in the same way that the fuzz melted when I passed my finger through it. When you're moving, it's as if you're passing your finger through the fuzz, just like I did on the cadaver form here. So you have to stretch and move and use your body in order to melt that fuzz that's building up between the sliding surfaces of your musculature. The sliding surface, those shiny white surfaces of the rectus femoris sliding against the vastus intermedialis. So these sliding surfaces are all over your body. The fuzz is all over your body. And as you move, you melt the fuzz. Now, what happens if you get an injury? Ah, my shoulder. My shoulder is stiff now. I'm holding my shoulder. I go to bed. I wake up in the morning. I don't stretch my shoulder. I'm afraid it hurts. So I'm walking around like this. Last night's fuzz doesn't get melted. I go to bed. I sleep some more. Now I have 2 nights fuzz built up. Now 2 nights fuzz is more fuzz than 1 night's fuzz. What if I have a week's fuzz or a month's fuzz? Now those fuzz fibers start lining up and intertwining and intertwangling, and all of a sudden you have thicker fibers forming. You start to have an inhibition of the potential for movement there. It's no longer simply a matter of going, ooh, stretch. Now you need some work. Now you might need to do a more systematic exploration of that place to restore the original movement that you lost. And usually this is the case. We have a temporary injury and we restore our movement. But sometimes we call this aging, the buildup of fuzz amongst the sliding surfaces of our bodies so that our motion becomes limited, the limit cycles become introduced into our normal full range of motion, and we start to walk around like this. We're all fuzzed over. Our body is literally solidifying. We're reducing our range of motion in individual areas of our body and for our entire body in general. So I believe that one of the great benefits of body work, whether it be massage or structural therapies or physical therapy or any kind of hands-on therapy, these types of therapies introduce movement manually to tissues that have become fuzzed over through lack of movement, whether the lack of movement is because of an injury and a person's protecting that injury, or because of personality expression. That was many years when I just walked around like this, so I was very still and monk-like. So, and then I became a little more dynamic in my personality when I realized what I was doing to myself and the kind of life that I wanted. So you can grow fuzz by choice or by accident or whatever, and yet here, now you've heard the fuzz speech, you know that you can take responsibility for melting the fuzz, and if there's too much fuzz in your body and it's frozen up, you might want to seek help in order to introduce movement so that the new cycle is a little more movement and a little more movement and a little more movement instead of a little less movement, a little less movement, a little less movement. Fuzz represents time. The easier it is for me to pass my finger through the fuzz, the less amount of time it's been there. If I got to whip out my scalpel to dig my way through one otherwise sliding surface and another, you know that that's been building up for a long time. So you can actually see time in fuzz. That's the fuzz speech. Where is the fuzz speech?
So he's definitely an interesting character.
But it makes sense why you're stretching the bone and why it feels good to stretch in the bone.
Absolutely, you know, and this is just it. So for those of you that come from a Pilates background, a lot of Joseph Pilates' work was actually based on animal movements. You take a look at yoga, there's a reason it's called the cat stretch, downward facing dog, you know. So many of the movements, if you watch animals, they actually instinctively know how to release and move and kind of wake up their bodies. And a lot of the time we wake up, now we're on a time crunch, you hop out of bed and you just run, you know? So few people actually take time to kind of like get themselves moving, to wake up a little bit as well. So it's really important. Okay, cool. So both of those are being recorded on this little video that I'm going to send you. I've just sent you a WhatsApp as well with the names of some of the videos, so that if you want to dive in a little bit deeper, you can go check them out on YouTube. YouTube is such a phenomenal platform that we have access to, okay? All right. So now that we've got a basic understanding of the skeleton, the joints that we move around, we've got a basic understanding of muscles, kind of how they work, and we've got a basic understanding of fascia. We want to be able to bring all of that together and start figuring out with specific muscles what's happening and how and when we're using them in our movement practice. Yeah. So one of the first areas that I like to talk about is the abdominals. And the reason I like to start here is that it is our center. It's our center of mass. And once we know what's happening here, we can figure out movements that happen above it and can figure out movements that happen below it. But this is so key to us being able to center ourselves, right? So we have a couple of different abdominal muscle groups, okay? The very first one is quite superficial and it's called the rectus abdominis. So this is what the rectus abdominis looks like. And this particular diagram is just showing the one side. In fact, we've got a left half and we have a right half of the rectus abdominis. Exactly. The red part is the muscle. And oftentimes you might hear it abbreviated RA, rectus abdominis. So I'm just going to show on the skeleton here. So the RA attaches from up at the top, remember this is called the xiphoid process, okay? And from this little middle section of the ribs, it attaches at the top here, and it comes down and it attaches at the pubis. We've got a left side and we have a right side. And down the middle, it's connected by a thin strip of fascia. So fascia and connective tissue are the same thing, guys. It's connected by a thin strip of connective tissue called the linea alba. And in the middle of that linea alba is your belly button. Okay? So that's where your umbilical cord attached you to your mom. Okay? And that's the remnants of it right there. So the rectus abdominis tends to work as one unit. So even though it's sort of right half, left half, if you take a look at the direction of that muscle, when it shortens, can you see that it will do this? It flexes the spine. So whenever we do a sit-up, that rounding action of the spine is called flexion, and it is the upper section of the rectus abdominis that's doing that movement. But this is a really long muscle. It attaches down to the pubic bone as well. So if I was to just pull on the bottom end, it would do this. It would tilt my pelvis under, and when you tilt your pelvis under like this, it's called a posterior pelvic tilt. That's the lower abdominals connecting of the rectus abdominis. If I contracted the entire thing at the same time, it would do this. So everything works at the same time. So it flexes the thoracic spine and it flexes the lumbar spine. Okay? So it's a superficial muscle. It's right underneath the skin. So for people that have really low body fat and they've really worked on this muscle, you can see a six-pack. Okay, that's the six-pack muscle that you can actually see on those people. We all have this muscle, it's just that some of us haven't worked it very hard and some of us have a little layer on top. So you might not see it that easily, but it is there. Its job is to flex the spine, but even when we're just standing upright, it has a job where it splints the spine. The problem is sometimes that we tend to overwork this muscle, and sometimes this is the dominant or the only abdominal muscle that some people know how to work. And then instead of engaging their whole core, they end up bracing just because this muscle is dominating on the top. So that's your rectus abdominis. So also what's quite interesting, none of you guys have kids, yeah? All right, okay. So when you are pregnant and baby pushes outwards, you can probably get to about this stage of baby being under there, and the rectus abdominis is stretching over baby. But at a certain point, baby might get so big that the rectus abdominis doesn't have enough stretch or flexibility to accommodate anymore. So what happens then is that the right and the left halves stretch away from each other, because we have that strip of connective tissue called the linea alba that has the capacity to stretch this way. Okay? It gets really thin. And so after pregnancy, hopefully that fascia recovers, draws back, and pulls the rectus abdominis back together. Sometimes it doesn't recover. Sometimes it stays stretched out like this, and you can actually see and feel a gap along the belly on some women. It's called a diastasis recti. It's not uncommon. What it does do is it creates a little bit of weakness. So the abdominal muscles that they kind of took for granted before and the strength that they had may not recover. In some cases, it means that the lower back becomes a little bit vulnerable because they don't have that core strength at the front to support them again. In some cases, it can cause maybe digestive issues, all right? And in some cases, it becomes so stretched that it actually splits. And that is called a hernia. Okay. So the hernia can create a complete separation, in which case there's not a lot you can do except to have surgery to re-stitch it back up again. Okay? So for some people, it's a non-issue. It might not look the same. So for aesthetic reasons, maybe they want to go back and have surgery. Okay? But if it's not causing issues, a lot of women simply leave it and focus on just regaining the deeper strength of their core. Okay? In some cases, it is so extreme that the back issues, the digestive issues, or the pelvic floor issues mean that they actually need to go and get it sorted. All right, so that is your rectus abdominis, your most superficial muscle, and it helps us flex the thoracic spine and flex the lumbar spine. Yeah? Cool. Then we have another set of abdominals that are called the obliques. So we have two sets of obliques. We have external and we have internal. External internal. This is external. This is internal, external, internal. So guys, can you see on there that there is quite a bit of red? That would be muscle. Take a look at how much white there is. What do you think that white stuff is? The white stuff is fascia, it's connective tissue. So, you know, it starts to highlight for us that these are interwoven. They actually work very closely hand in hand. So, the external obliques basically come from the ribs and they come down and across, kind of like this, on that angle. Yeah, they connect towards the rectus abdominis. And then, oh, hold on a second. Okay, so those are the external obliques that feather down this way. And then we have internal obliques. And the internal obliques actually come from the pelvis and feather up this way. Now, we've got internal obliques on the right and left. We have external obliques on the right and left. And they work together almost like a seatbelt. So my right external feather down and my left internal feather up, and it creates this diagonal like this. They work together. So when I shorten this muscle, remember I told you how important it is to see the direction of the fiber? When I shorten this muscle, can you see that it does this? It creates a twisting action, a rotating action. And then the same thing here. My left external works with my right internal. So when it shortens, it rotates me towards the right, towards the left, towards the right. So if you guys been to gym classes or Pilates classes where you do these obliques exercises, that's how it's working, okay? So they sit a little bit underneath the rectus abdominis. Now the other thing is, it can work together to create a twisting action, but sometimes we can isolate the one side. So I can also work my left external and my left internal together by doing a side bending movement. Yeah? So I can shorten them and pull myself over to the side, or I could do a stretch. Do you guys recognize that side bending movement? Yeah? So that's going to be then a stretching action for those obliques. Okay? So rectus abdominis going straight up and down, and then we've got our obliques going on that angle. Now, underneath all of that, we have what is called the transverse abdominis. And this is oftentimes called the TA. And this is our deepest abdominal muscle, right here. And it kind of acts like a corset. So, you know, in the 1800s, and those poor women get cinched up into those corsets, that's basically what this muscle acts as. It's designed to hold your internal organs in place. It's designed to help you stabilize your lumbar spine. All right? So we have a set on the right and a set on the left. They work together, and what they do is that they attach along the lumbar vertebra, they attach along the bottom ribs, and they attach along the top of the pelvis. So from the back, it wraps around. It does not come all the way to the front. It more or less comes around, and then ends about here. So on this one, there is space for baby to grow forward. It's just really the rectus abdominis that we have a little bit of an issue with, okay? So it comes around almost to the front, but not quite. Now, this is the one muscle, the one skeletal muscle on the body that cannot create any movement. It is not a prime mover. The only thing it can do is stabilize. Every single other muscle on our body can move things around. This literally supports us and holds us in place. Okay? This is the deepest layer of abdominal muscles that we've got. So we've got the rectus abdominis, forwards and backwards, obliques external, obliques internal, twisting movements, side to side movements. And then underneath all of that, we have the TA, the transverse abdominis. And this is considered our deepest muscle. There's a huge focus on this muscle in Pilates. We use it a lot in yoga, but it's so interesting that we don't really talk about it, even though we use it. So oftentimes the cue that we might use is think of flattening the abdominal wall, pulling the navel towards the spine, and that connects into those deep ab muscles. Okay, making sense? Fantastic. Please lie on your backs. This isn't just theory, this is experiencing it. Okay, so I want you to have your knees bent, place your feet to the ground, that's it. And then I just want you to interlace your hands behind your head for a little bit of support. You can either have a pillow under your head or you can have your head down, it's completely up to you. Now, I just want you to move your lower back around so that your lower back settles into a position that feels good for you. And then wherever that place is, I want you to stabilize it. Hover your elbows just a little bit off the ground so that they're just in your periphery. Now you've created a hammock that is supporting your head. You're not going to be pulling on your head, right? Your abs are going to be working right now. I just want you to tuck your chin in, and on your breath out, come up into a small sit-up, keeping your lower back and pelvis nice and stable, and then let your ribs release back. No pulling on your head. And again, breathe out as you slide your ribs forward. Beautiful. Let your chin come up a little bit there, Isabella. Yes, beautiful. And releasing down. Can you feel how easy it is to get your chin on your chest if you want a little space? And again, breathe out. Can you feel the upper attachments of your abdominals working? Good. And releasing down. One more time. Breathe out. And can you please stay there? Take one hand away and put it above your pubic bone. Don't move. Take a breath in. Exhale. Flatten the skin of your tummy away from your own hand. Don't drop. You stay lifted. Take another breath in. Exhale. Flatten the abdominal wall. Can you feel the connection? That's your TA, the deep abs. One more time. Take a breath in. Exhale, flatten abdominals, transverse, waking up. Put your hands behind your head. Can you lift a little higher? Open your elbows, flatten abdominal wall, and release head and shoulders all the way down. Don't let your elbows drop because we're not done. Nod your chin. Exhale, upper abs connecting, flatten abdominal wall, transverse is waking up, and you stay there. Take another breath. Exhale as you tilt your pubic bone towards your nose. And release your pelvis back to neutral. Do you still have your chest lifted? Exhale, tilt your pelvis posterior. And release. We're going to do 2 more. Your upper rectus abdominis, keep going, is working isometrically because you're not moving. And release. We now have the lower attachments of the rectus abdominis shortening concentrically and then releasing to work eccentrically. Stop, lift your chest, open your elbows, flatten abdominal wall, and lower head and shoulders down, but don't collapse because we're not done. Are you okay? Inhale to nod your chin. Exhale, chest lift. Up you come, flatten abdominal wall. Let's breathe out and rotate rib cage towards the right. Keep your pelvis still, keep your elbows open. Come back to the middle, stay lifted. Exhale, rotate over towards the left. And inhale, come center. We're going to do 4 more. Rotate to the right. Now, I don't want your face turning. I want your ribs rotating. Come back to the center. Your ribs are where your abs connect, not your chin. Exhale, rotate. And come center. Last 2. Breathe. And center. Well done. One more time. Breathe. And come center. Stop. Lift higher. Open elbows. Flatten abdominal wall. Happy faces. Good. And releasing all the way down. Stretch your legs out. Reach your arms out. Oh my goodness. Well done, guys. And you can come all the way up into sitting. Fabulous. Okay. So that was just a quick experience of the layers of abdominals, the movements that they create, and how we can engage them. So it was quite nice doing that lying on your back because then you have gravity acting as a resistance, as a force that you can work against. But we can engage the abdominals in a lot of different ways, standing, lying on our stomachs, lying on our sides. So as we keep moving today, I'll keep reminding you about those connections. How did it feel? Did you have an awareness of all of them working? You could feel that?
I felt more.
Yes, absolutely. Well, because here's the interesting thing, is that a lot of us get into the habit of training abdominals by doing chest lift. And then we are specifically working on those upper abs, which isn't a bad thing. But then we kind of forget about the lower abdominal connections, and then we forget about the deeper abdominal connections as well. Okay, nicely done. Okay, so come up into sitting. And what we're going to look at now are some of the other muscles that connect along the torso here. So this particular muscle is called the quadratus lumborum, the QL. They've just put it on the left side here. Don't forget that we would have left and right sides. This is the QL, quadratus lumborum.
Is that what the other bones are saying? The side of the spine? The wing out?
Yes, the transverse process, absolutely. And there are numerous different muscles that actually connect onto that transverse process as well. This just happens to be one of them. Okay. So the quadratus lumborum, the QL, is quite an important muscle for the lower back because, again, it helps to stabilize the rib cage above the pelvis or the pelvis underneath the rib cage, whichever way you choose to look at it. And it connects from the top of the pelvis here and up onto the transverse processes of the lumbar spine and onto the bottom rib. So it basically, we've got it on the right side and we've got one on the left side here, okay? and it's designed to help us stabilize. So unfortunately, what happens is if our posture is such that we stand with an anterior pelvic tilt, then that QL is getting shortened. Yeah? If we tend to stand with our pelvis pushing forward, the QL goes into overdrive because it's no. I need to actually keep pulling the pelvis back to find that alignment. So with certain postures, you might actually find that the QL gets really tight. Remember earlier today we spoke about a scoliosis of the spine? For some people, if they have a curve of the spine, they will tend to have this happening. So one side of the QL gets really short and tight, and the other one kind of gets lengthened and deactivated. So for a lot of people, getting that stretch into the QL is really important for them. Yeah? Okay. So guys, I want you to come onto hands and knees. So just get yourself set up so you are comfortable. Nice and long spine. On your breath out, could you please round your spine like a cat? And hold it there. You might already feel that you're getting a little bit of a stretch into the lower back. But maybe what you can do now is just move your hips back slightly. Can you feel it intensifying? Stop when you feel that you have a nice stretch around that lower back. Hold it there. And now you're going to add gentle pulsing movements, pressing your hips back and up. And press. Keep it small and rhythmic. So this now is creating a little bit of elasticity around the lumbar spine. Stay in that rounded back position as you move. Last two. Last one. Come all the way forward. Lengthen your spine. Sit back and you can shake out your wrists. Yeah? So, who felt a stretch when they did that? Okay. So some people are incredibly tight there and it's like a whopper of a stretch for them. So adding that gentle pulsing movement starts to bring the quality of elasticity into the fascial work. Yeah? If you sat back in a child's pose and you stayed there for 5 minutes, you would bring the quality of plasticity to that release work. Yeah? So same movement, different dynamics, and you can change how you are working on the muscle and on the connective tissue. All good? Fantastic. All right, so now we are moving down the pelvis a little bit more. So down the body a little bit more. And we're taking a look at a few muscles that attach to the pelvis and the leg. And you might be thinking, hold on a second, I thought we were talking about the torso right now. Well, we are, because this muscle actually connects up onto the lumbar spine. All right? So this muscle, when it works together, is called the iliopsoas. So it's made up of 2 different muscles here. These 2 muscles, if you put them together, is called the iliopsoas. This one on the bottom, I'm going to show you on the skeleton now, is called the iliacus. And this one up at the top, it's a longer muscle, it's called the psoas major. So there is another muscle called the psoas minor, but it happens to be one of those muscles that we mentioned earlier today that not everybody has. So they've actually removed it from the text. So some people have a psoas minor, some people don't. Regardless, it is purely there to assist the psoas major. Okay? So the first one is quite a stocky, flat muscle called the iliacus. And what it does is it lines the inside of the ilium, which is why it's called the iliacus. It lines the inside of the ilium here, and it comes down and it attaches to the top of the femur. So if you think about the direction that this muscle is running, the fibers are running, when it contracts, can you see that it would bring the leg forward? And that movement is called flexion of the hip. This muscle is a hip flexor muscle. It works with the psoas major. Now, the psoas major also connects to the top of the femur. It is much longer. It comes up and it attaches onto the lumbar vertebra up to about L3. Okay? It's the same thing. When this muscle contracts, it's going to lift the leg forward. So the iliacus and the psoas major work together to flex the hip. We have a set on the left and we have a set on the right. Okay? This muscle, the iliacus, is much shorter and stockier. So it is responsible for the initial movement of the hip, and then the continued lifting is responsible or created by the psoas major. So if you think about a soccer player, so as they go to strike the ball, there's the boom action, the contact, that's power, that's iliacus, and then the follow through is psoas major. All right? So now the interesting thing about the hip flexors, because they attach onto the lower back, every time you bend at the hip like this, there's a pulling on the lower back. And think about how often in the day you bend at the hip. You're all bending at the hip right now. The psoas is shortening right now. Okay? Every time I walk, in order to bring my leg forward, there's hip flexor, hip flexor, hip flexor. Every time I go to sit in a chair, hip flexor shortens. Every time I sit on the toilet and get back up again, it's hip flexor work. Every time I climb stairs, there's hip flexor work. Guys, it is shortening and working throughout the day. So you think about the amount of tugging that happens on the lower back. If your abdominal muscles are not doing what they need to do to support your lower back, could you see maybe that's a problem? And this is why so many people have lower back issues. And we're talking about young people nowadays getting lower back issues. Yeah? Okay. So abs are really, really important. Okay? They're going to work with the hip flexors in order to stabilize the lumbar spine and allow us to move freely. Okay? Please lie on your backs. You're going to bend your knees. Put your hands on your ASIS. You remember that? So have your feet resting gently on the ground. And once again, just tilt your pelvis forwards and backwards a few times so that you get your lower back in a place that feels good for you. And then can you please stop and stabilize where you are? I just want you to stay, take a breath in. And on your exhale, flatten the abdominal wall. And when you do that flattening sensation, you are engaging your transverse abdominis, your TA. Yes? Are we good? Wonderful. Now, I need you to keep breathing. The first thing that goes out the door when people focus is they stop breathing. Everybody goes this lovely shade of purple, and like, okay, well, it's defeating the whole purpose, right? Okay, so please just keep breathing. Now, you are glued to the floor with your feet. You're not allowed to lift your feet, but you're going to try, okay? I just want you to take a breath in, and then as you breathe out, try to lift your right leg up to tabletop, but your foot is stuck to the floor. It cannot lift. You're trying to lift it up. Can you feel something switch on in the hip? That's your iliopsoas. And then just let your foot sink heavy to the floor again. Stabilize your pelvis. Take a breath in. And now exhale and try to pick up your left leg. Don't let your pelvis tilt. Beautiful. Can you feel something on the left side? That's your left hip flexor kicking in. And then let your leg go heavy. We're going to do an add-on. Take a breath in. Exhale. Try to pick up your right leg. Nothing's moved. Can you feel those deep internal connections? Take another breath in and exhale as you release your foot from the floor and your right leg floats up. Now that should have felt super duper easy because you've done the stability work already. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Take a breath in. Exhale, flatten the abdominal wall and keep your leg where it is. And notice when you flatten the abs that TA connection gives you some added support for your lumbar spine. Because right now you're loading your hip flexors, and if you weren't using your abs, your lower back would take strain. Are you with me? Now, how about you stretch that right leg forward, breathe in. Exhale, bend your knee to bring it back in and flatten the abdominal wall. Inhale, extend your leg long. Your hip flexors working eccentrically. Exhale, bend your knee. The hip flexors working concentrically. It's shortening. One more. As you work the hip flexor, are you able to stabilize your lumbar spine? Because that's TA connection. Bring your leg in. Now, place your foot to the floor without collapsing. And let your foot rest. Shall we try the left leg to see how it feels? Stabilize. Take a breath in. Try to pick up your leg as you exhale, but your foot is glued to the floor. So you're finding the connection first. Take another inhale. Exhale. Ab connection, and you float your leg up, and that again was a piece of cake. Yeah? Don't move. Take another breath in. Exhale, flatten the abdominal wall and provide extra stability for the lumbar spine. And now we're going to move. Inhale. Exhale, bend the knee and stabilize. And again, inhale. Eccentric work of the hip flexor. Exhale, concentric work. One more time. Breathing in. Exhale, bend your knee and hold. Gracefully place that foot all the way down and relax. Well done. Good. Come all the way up into a sitting position. So again, what I want you to be able to come away with is that at all the different muscles of the body, and right now we were focusing on iliopsoas, we can work the muscle isometrically, no movement. We can work eccentrically and concentrically, the lengthening and the shortening, yeah? And we can find the stabilizers. In this case, I was focusing on your transverse abdominis to help you support the position. Make sense? Fantastic. Okay, so that is your hip flexor. Now, I'm just going to throw this in here now because we're going to refer to it later. The iliopsoas is oftentimes called the one joint hip flexor. because it crosses the hip joint only. It only crosses one joint. So it's called the one joint hip flexor. So already you're probably thinking, ooh, I wonder what the two joint hip flexor is. Okay, we'll get to that later. All right. So that is your hip flexor. So now we're going to stay with a little bit of focus down at the pelvis. And we have a group of muscles, and they're quite complex, okay, that are called the pelvic floor. All right? So this is the pelvic floor. And oftentimes we talk about it as being a hammock. Okay, that's the pelvic floor. Oftentimes we talk about it being a hammock that kind of runs from the pubic bone to the coccyx. And that's true, it is a hammock that runs like that, but that's almost a little bit simplistic because we have muscles that run forwards and backwards, but we also have muscles that run side to side that are also part of that pelvic floor. Men and women have pelvic floors, and most men are horrified to hear that they have a pelvic floor because they never consciously work it, okay? Women, on the other hand, this can be a very vulnerable area for us because of childbirth and because of our physiology. Men have 2 holes, women have 3 holes, yeah? Which already makes it a little bit more susceptible to possible damage or weakness. Men have bulky muscle on the outside to help them control their front pelvic floor. Our muscles are very close to the surface. We don't have that same bulk. So immediately, women again need to give it a little bit more focus about the pelvic floor as well. All right? So we have a front pelvic floor that controls the bladder. And so oftentimes we'll think, I will not wee. So what are those muscles that we squeeze to think I will not wee? Men and women can train their pelvic floor that way. All right? Then we have a back pelvic floor that controls our bowels. And when we cue that, we might think, I will not pass wind. So what are those muscles that you squeeze internally to think, I will not pass wind? All right? Men and women can control those muscles. And then not only can we squeeze and engage them, but we can get a sensation of lifting, because what the pelvic floor also does is it supports everything from underneath. Think about all those internal organs that are in here. Yeah? Intestines, stomach, spleen, liver, bladder, etc. Plus, women have a uterus. Okay, so again, there's extra that we actually have to be able to work on. So in yoga, this is one of the bandhas. This is one of the locks. So you're going to be doing this in your philosophy with Bianca as well, where you can do a chin lock. There are lots of different locks that you can create. This bottom one is called Mula Bandha. It's your root lock. It's the pelvic floor. So it's so interesting that we don't talk about the pelvic floor in yoga, we talk about Mula Bandha. We don't talk about the bandhas in Pilates, we talk about the pelvic floor. At the end of the day, we are engaging the same thing. All right? And it's always with breath. If you hold your breath, you create a downward pressure, which at the end of the day isn't helping you with that lift of the pelvic floor. Okay? So it's important to be able to strengthen the pelvic floor and to be able to release it. When we talk about the pelvic floor, it's a bit of an unfortunate name because when you think floor, you think hard, right? Something really rigid. But in fact, the pelvic floor should almost be more like a trampoline. It should have like a little bit of give to it. So again, we can think about that elastic quality. All right? Now we have the pelvic floor underneath here, and then above all of those internal organs we were just talking about, we have another trampoline, another diaphragm that assists us with breathing. Okay? So the diaphragm, let me just show you a little picture of this as well. Okay? Looks like this. So this is how it lines the ribs, and this is a view of it from above. So this is how it lines the ribs, and this is if we look at it from above or below. Okay? All right, exactly. So do you guys see that there is all this red bit lining the outside? That's skeletal muscle. And you see the white bit in the middle? What is it? It's fascia. This is called the central tendon. So fascia is tendons, it's ligaments, it's aponeurosis. It's got lots of different names based on where it is, how thick it is, if it's attaching bone to bone, if it's attaching muscle to bone. All of it is connective tissue at the end of the day, but in slightly different forms. Okay? So you'll notice as well that there are a couple of openings here, and it's not a completely sealed diaphragm, because how is the blood going to get from your heart if you didn't have an opening? Okay, so there's one opening for the heart. And then how is food going to get from your mouth down the esophagus and down to your stomach if it doesn't have a hole? So it has another hole for the esophagus, and that's how the food goes from the top end down towards this abdominal area. Okay, so it's not completely sealed. But the diaphragm is much bigger than we might actually anticipate. So the diaphragm lines the entire rib cage. It goes all the way around, from the front to the side to the back, and it kind of lifts up like this, like a dome. And then it also comes down and it runs down to the third lumbar vertebra, L3. Your diaphragm has an effect on your lower back. People that have difficulty breathing or have a locked diaphragm, I would not be at all surprised if they've got lower back issues. Do you remember the muscle we just looked at 2 seconds ago, called the psoas major? Where did it come up to? Yeah, exactly. The hip flexor is running in a continuous line up to the diaphragm. It's all connected. Yeah? Okay. So now, the breathing is quite important. So there are so many different styles of breathing. And again, you guys are going to be learning this with Bianca. So there's in through the nose, out through the mouth, everything in and out through the nose, everything in and out through the mouth, sort of a heavy breath, like a fire breath. Yeah, okay? It would be the slow Ujjayi breath, which is like an ocean breath. There's, you know, so there are lots of different breathing styles that you're going to be learning. But at the end of the day, internally, the mechanism of the diaphragm is the same. The diaphragm sits underneath your ribs like this. And when we breathe in, we are taking air into the lungs. So the lungs have to inflate, and it would be really nice if we create some space for the lungs. So why don't we then flatten the diaphragm downwards as we inhale? Because that'll make a bit of extra space. And then when we exhale, we're getting rid of air out of the lungs. So then let's help the air get pushed out by lifting the diaphragm back up. So we go, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Okay? And if we're going to do a little bit of a faster breath, it might look like this. So we can make it slow, we can make it fast. The mechanism and the movement is the same. All right. And all of that breathing is going to have an effect onto the lower back, down into the hip flexor, etc. Okay. So that is the diaphragm. Before I show you the little video clip that I'm going to show you the correlation of this whole midsection area with breathing, there are some other muscles around the ribs that are very, very involved with breathing. And they are called the intercostal muscles. So the intercostals looks like this. So we have two sets of intercostals, and what you might notice is that they run in different directions to each other. They are called external intercostals and internal intercostals. And so when we breathe, they have different times that they switch on, but they basically line the ribs. So when we breathe in, our lungs inflate, the diaphragm flattens down to make as much room as possible for the lungs. And at the same time, how about we lift the ribs up and out to make even more space for the lungs? Yeah? When the ribs lift up and out, the external intercostals contract. They lift them up and out, and now we've got all this beautiful space for the lungs. When we exhale, we're going to empty the lungs, so we don't need that space anymore. The diaphragm is lifting up to help, and the rib cage closes. The ribs get pulled together again, and that exhale allows the internal intercostals to contract. So they're taking turns as they work to allow the rib cage to move and to make space for the lungs. All right. So guys, just out of interest for you, we have two sets of lungs, one on the right and one on the left. We kind of think of them as individual sacs. We have 3 lobes on the right lung, and we have 2 lobes on the left lung. So just almost naturally, the right lung will tend to have more capacity. It's also why so many people think that our heart is on the left side. If you think about it, in the United States, do you guys watch movies where they put their hand on the left side and I pledge allegiance? In fact, when you do CPR, where do you push? In the middle, because that's where your heart is. So there's a little bit of a misperception because the bottom ventricle of the heart is quite big on the left side. So it has a little bit of extra placement on the left, and the left lungs are a little bit smaller. The other thing is, when you take a look at the shape of the spine, inward curve lordosis, outward curve kyphosis, inward curve lordosis. The thoracic spine rounds backwards, so the ribs will naturally be a little bit rounded backwards. About 60% of our lung capacity is towards the back of the ribs, which is why it's so lovely to connect into breathing in a rounded spine position. So when you guys go into child's pose in class, do you notice how much easier it is to connect into your heart space, your lungs, and into your breath? And it's because we have that natural capacity here as well. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to play this little video for you. It's this physiotherapist who is from Canada, and she talks about something called the pelvic piston.
My name is Uma Ghosh, and I'm a registered physiotherapist. The way the pelvis works is that it does not work in isolation. It's actually working in conjunction with many other systems. The most important one being your diaphragm. The diaphragm is a muscle that is like a dome underneath the rib cage, and it is a mirror image of your pelvic floor. And we breathe 24,000 times a day. So 24,000 times a day, a whole mechanism is being dictated by the diaphragm. So we're taking a breath in, the diaphragm contracts, it moves downwards, it compresses the abdominal contents, and that pressure descends down on the pelvic floor. Under normal circumstances, your pelvic floor is supposed to open into that pressure. And so there's this nice dynamic between diaphragm and pelvic floor working 24,000 times a day in what's called the pelvic piston. When you're someone who breathes with a slightly different pattern, meaning breathe more into the neck and shoulders, or if you're someone who's more of a belly breather and you breathe more into the abdomen, that's going to disrupt that whole dynamic or that relationship between the diaphragm and your pelvic floor. And oftentimes what ultimately happens is that the pressure ends up to be more so in the pelvis than what is considered to be normal or what the pelvic floor is designed to deal with. And this can create different issues with incontinence, with prolapse. It can also do the opposite and create a hypertonic pelvic floor and create issues with pelvic pain and constipation and IBS. So the pelvic piston is extremely important. It's a big factor that we do have to focus on trying to reestablish.
Okay, cool. It's like a little short, sweet video. But you can see how the breathing mechanism has this ripple effect, yeah? So it's going to have an effect on what's happening with the pelvic floor. And if people have an issue with bracing the pelvic floor, we're going to have problems. If people have no connection to the pelvic floor, we're going to have a problem. If people push the belly out when they're breathing, if people brace the abdominals when you're breathing, it all needs to have a natural response with that inhale and that exhale and that movement of the diaphragm. Yeah? Cool. Okay, so before we take a break, I think you guys are almost ready. We are just going to review one more set of muscles so that when we come back, we can start to focus on what's happening with the lower limbs. So we took a look at one muscle on the back here already called the quadratus lumborum. We have some major muscles that run all the way up along the spine. It goes all the way from the sacrum, comes all the way up and attaches onto the base of the skull. Those are our major back extensor muscles. They are called the erector spinae. Okay, so we kind of lump them together into one group, erector spinae, but in fact, it's made up of 3 different muscles. So the 3 different muscles, I'm just going to show it to the camera first, is iliocostalis, longissimus, and that connects all the way up to the skull. And then this one, quite close to the spine, is called the spinalis. Okay, so we've got spinalis, longissimus, and iliocostalis. So this one's quite wide. Okay, iliocostalis, longissimus. And this one very close to the spine is your spinalis. Okay. So that's your spinalis, close to the spine, quite short. This one is your longissimus that attaches, yeah, so that's connective tissue again, down at the bottom, all the way to the sacrum. And then this one you can see is much wider, and it's called your iliocostalis. So guys, you lump those 3 muscles together, and we call them the erector spinae. So if you take a look at the attachments and you take a look at the direction of the muscle fibers, it goes all the way from the sacrum. We've got a set on the right, connecting all the way up to the skull. We've got a set on the left, connecting all the way up to the skull. If those muscles were to shorten and contract, it would do this. What is that movement called? Extension. Extension of the spine. That's why these are called the back extensors. Okay? Now here's the thing. If you take a look at most people's postures nowadays, you guys recognize this?
Yeah.
Are my back extensors working or are they strong?
It's working, but it's strong.
It's actually getting quite lengthened, isn't it?
Yeah. It's stretching.
And then this brings me upright. So a lot of people nowadays, we need to actually focus on extension of the spine. So you think about our yoga repertoire, anything like the cobra, yeah, that's going to start strengthening the back muscles, right? Anything that's going to extension, the camel, everything that's shortening the spine is going to start strengthening it. All right. Now, underneath, we have some deep muscles. So remember, guys, we've got superficial muscles like erector spinae, like rectus abdominis. Those are quite superficial. Those two work together to splint. And then we've got deeper muscles like the transverse abdominis, and along the back, we have a group of muscles called multifidus. Okay? So the multifidus sit deep along the spine. The multifidus is tiny little segments of muscles that work together for fine motor control. So the multifidus goes from the transverse process to the spinous process above, either 2 or 3, maybe 4, but it doesn't go any more than that. So it's short, and it goes up and up and up and up and up and up, all the way from the sacrum up to the middle of the neck. It goes as high as level C4. So it's responsible for creating space and creating gentle, subtle movements of the spine, extension, and it works very closely with another tiny little group of muscles called the rotatores to create rotational movements at the spine. It's subtle. Yeah? Again, people think that everything's supposed to be this huge movement, but then it's so easy to let those big muscles take over, and we never access those deeper muscles, and that's when injuries can happen. Yeah? Okay, please lie on your stomachs. Last little movement, and then we'll take a break. Doesn't matter which way you're facing. There you go. All right. So I just want you to bend your elbows on either side of you. That's it. Cover the tip of your nose so that you can breathe. Get your legs into a place that feels good for you. Take a moment to close your eyes and bring your awareness to your shoulder blades, your neck, your shoulders. Do you need to move your hands wider? Do you need to move your hands forward? Figure out your starting position so that it feels good for you. Now just firm up your bum cheeks so that your pelvis is nicely anchored. And without lifting, I just want you to take a breath in. And on your exhale, flatten your abdominal wall. It's a gentle connection. Remember your TA that we worked on earlier? It's now supporting your lower back without bracing. Take another breath in. And on your exhale, think of sending your heart forward away from the heels of your feet. Now, don't lift. Just lengthen your heart forward, not your chin. Yes, can you feel now that you've created some space? That's your multifidus. I want you to take another inhale. And on your exhale, just lift your head and heart to a baby cobra position. Little baby cobra, and stay there. Relax the back of your neck. Don't move. Take another breath in. Exhale. Don't move as you send your heart forward away from the heels of your feet and engage the abdominal wall. Take another breath in. Exhale. Don't move. And see if you can hover your arms just off the ground. So there's your back extensors working. You might have been pushing with your arms before. Take another inhale. Exhale to bring your arms down, lower your chest, and hover the tip of your nose. Just keep those gentle connections. Take a breath in. Exhale, come up to baby cobra and pause. Be careful that you're not punching the back of your neck. And you hold. Send your heart forward, abdominals connected, gluteals engaged. Now on your next breath, just see if you can lift your legs a fraction off the ground. And can you feel when you lift your legs that you load your lower back? So now we're getting all the way down to the lumbar back extensors. Don't move. Hover your arms. There's your back extension. Now don't move again. Take another breath. Exhale, send your heart away from the heels of your feet. Engage in the abdominals, engage in the gluteals. Beautiful back extension. Releasing all the way down. Press yourself back into your child's pose. Round your spine over and breathe. Beautifully done. Take your time as you come all the way upright. Really nicely done. Could you feel your back muscles? Yeah. Okay. So you don't have to come up high. You just have to come up enough that you have an extension of the spine. And then I was cueing heart away from the heels of your feet because that creates space and length. That's multifidus. That's the deep connection that you want to come into. So anytime you're going into an extension of the spine in your practice, whether or not it's cat-cow, camel, up-dog, it's that feeling of creating space as opposed to crunching. Yeah? Okay. All right, so are you ready for a bit of a break? Come on, let me just hit pause. All right, so we've pretty much covered the muscles that connect to the torso, coming up into the rib cage, muscles at the front, muscles at the back. And we've done a few of the internal muscles like the hip flexors, pelvic floor as well. So what we're going to start looking at now are the muscles around the back of the pelvis, down the back of the leg, the side, and the front of the leg. Okay, so this is sort of the lower limb. So these muscles around the back of the pelvis are called the gluteals. Okay, pretty much most people, if you talk to them about their bum cheeks, will understand what you're talking about. But the first muscle I'm going to take a look at is called the gluteus maximus. All right, so that literally is the big bum cheek muscle, gluteus maximus. So what I just want you to notice on this is the angle of the muscle fibers. Do you see that they're actually running on an angle? Okay, so a lot of people, when they take a look at the gluteals, the gluteus, they think that they kind of go straight down like that. Yeah, but in fact, gluteus maximus runs on an angle like that. All right? You can see on here that it connects all the way along the edge at the sacrum here, and it goes partway up onto the iliac crest, and then it has some connective tissue towards the front of the hip here, and then it comes back and it connects on to the back of the femur, or I should say, it goes into connective tissue, and then the connective tissue connects onto the back of the femur. So when this muscle shortens or contracts, it's going to give you external hip rotation. Yeah? So you think about ballet dancers, they're going to do that external rotation, and that's gluteus maximus is immediately switching on. All right? But now, because the gluteus maximus crosses over the hip joint, not only is it going to do external rotation, what it can also do is extend the hip. It can move the leg backwards in space. All right? I can do that in parallel as well, where I extend the hip and it's gluteus maximus that's working. So, remember we spoke earlier about muscles working in partners? We had the hip flexor, the iliopsoas at the front, and now we've got gluteus maximus is the partner one that extends the hip to pull the leg backwards in space. So we want to ultimately make sure that both of those are working to their maximum, and also that they have appropriate flexibility to make sure that we are balanced through the pelvis. Okay? I mentioned yesterday that there's a saying nowadays, sitting is the new smoking. Yeah? So sitting is kind of like the new bad habit that we've all gotten into. And unfortunately, some of it is unavoidable. You know, for the students that are at school, you're sitting the majority of the day. For a lot of people that are working in IT or working on computers or are in board meetings, you're sitting for a majority of the day. But let's face it, we all sit and watch TV. We get into the cars and we're sitting and driving for extended periods of time. And basically what happens is that as soon as you sit down, you are flexing at the hip and extending there. It pulls the gluteus maximus out of the way, and basically it gets switched off. So a lot of people, the bum cheeks are very lazy. Yeah? The bum cheeks are this massive, powerful muscle that supports our lower back. So again, if somebody walks into the studio complaining about back issues, I'm going to take a look at everything that's happening with their body, including their breathing. Remember we said how the diaphragm connects, including their hip flexors. Maybe the hip flexors are really tight. But I'll also take a look at what's happening with their bum cheeks. Because if the gluteus maximus isn't doing what it needs to do, it's going to compromise. Okay, so that is one of the gluteal muscles. We have another two gluteal muscles that actually sit on the side of the hip. Those are called gluteus medius and gluteus minimus. So that's the medius and that's the minimus. So you can see the medius is bigger. Yeah? That's the medius there, looking at the side. That's the minimus. And the medius is bigger than the minimus. That's medius there. Okay? So we talk about the minimus, but to be honest, it's quite small. It's sitting underneath. It is oftentimes a muscle that just kicks in to help other muscles. It might be called a secondary mover. Okay? The gluteus medius, on the other hand, is quite an important muscle. I'm not saying that the minimus isn't, but this has got its own function. So the medius is quite wide across the side of the pelvis here, and then it comes down and attaches to the side of the femur. So it almost looks like a triangle or a clamshell, yeah? And its main job is to abduct the hip. It moves your leg out to the side, yeah? So it is a really important stabilizer as well for the pelvis. And especially for women, because we can sometimes become very mobile around the sacroiliac joints. The bum cheeks maybe are getting lazy. The gluteus medius has a responsibility of basically holding the pelvis together. So if you've ever seen, and for me it's almost like if you see ladies on the catwalk, right? And they, and their hip kind of buckles to the side like that. Their gluteus medius is not doing what it needs to do, okay? When I stand my body weight on this leg, I should be able to hold myself upright. So this gluteus medius needs to hold me here, or look what happens. The hip drops out to the side. So I need gluteus medius to stabilize my pelvis above my thigh bone. So the simple act of walking requires gluteus medius. And if it's not doing what it needs to do, you will end up compensating. And a lot of people then get lower back issues or sacroiliac joint issues. And also what can happen is that one side may be working and the other side is lazy. Same thing with the gluteus maximus. You might actually see some people that have a more developed bum cheek on one side than the other, because that bum cheek is quite happy to work and the other one is kind of switching off. Yeah? So you can have this discrepancy between the two sides. But that gluteus medius is so important because it holds the pelvis together. Okay? So you're kind of getting the gist of it, that the bum is really important. Yeah? This is responsible for all our movements of walking, and if there's something that's not doing its job here, then the body gets compromised. Okay. So these are fairly superficial muscles. Gluteus maximus, gluteus medius. Deep inside the pelvis, we have some intrinsic muscles, some deep muscles that help us stabilize. Now there's actually 6 of them that work together, but oftentimes we just refer to one of them, and it is called the piriformis. Have you guys heard of the piriformis before? Okay. I'm going to show you a little picture here. The piriformis is quite a short muscle, and you can see it goes from the sacrum, and it pretty much runs horizontally to attach to the top of the femur. So it basically helps the gluteus maximus with external hip rotation to go into ballet dancer's turnout. So it goes from the sacrum and it runs straight across to the top of the femur. So when it contracts, it's going to externally rotate. Okay? Just like we've got gluteus maximus externally rotating. All right? So now, guys, the body is very, very smart. So if my bum cheeks, my gluteus maximus is taking a vacation, okay, something else will take over the workload. And if the bum is switched off, the piriformis will often go, no problem, I will actually just start to tighten up and overwork to compensate. So we have something called the sciatic nerve. Remember I mentioned it yesterday, it's the longest nerve in the body. It comes out of the lumbar spine, sacrum, and it runs under the piriformis and down the leg all the way to the feet. So now here comes the nerve, piriformis on top. Piriformis tightens up and starts pinching the nerve, and now people get these shooting pains down their leg, or they maybe start to get like a little bit of numbness or tingling, and it's all because that piriformis is almost going into spasm. It's like overworking and getting really tight. So it's really important that we learn how to release the piriformis, and we need to switch on the other muscles. Yeah? We're going to go through a little repertoire in a second where you have an experience of all of this. So again, like I said, there are 6 different deep hip muscles. The piriformis is the one that we talk about the most, and it's because it has a little bit of a consequence with the sciatic nerve. Now, before I continue, some people get sciatica all the way down to their feet. And if it's going past the knee down to the foot, I already know that there's actually an issue at the spine where the nerves exit. It's not just the piriformis. And then I'm going, great, let's see if we can go core connection. But if there's something happening where maybe there's like a bony spur or a bulging disc or something, I'm sending them off to see a specialist. Go and see a physio or someone who can actually really diagnose what's going on there. Okay. All right, now still focusing on the pelvis down the side here. Have you guys heard of the iliotibial band, the ITB? Have you ever gotten onto one of those foam rollers, those blue rollers, and rolled up and down the side? Does anybody here love it? No, nobody loves it. Okay, well, I don't think anybody loves it. What you're basically rolling on there is your ITB, your iliotibial band. Now, the ITB, guys, is not a muscle. This is what the ITB looks like. So do you see that big white tract? And then do you see that little muscle at the front? That red muscle? That is called the TFL. So the red muscle is called the TFL, tensor fasciae lata. And the white strip is connective tissue, surprise, surprise. That's called the ITB. So the ITB has quite an important job. Unfortunately, we tend to load it too much, which is why none of us like that foam roller. Okay? So the ITB comes all the way from the pelvis down the side of the leg and attaches below the knee. It's really thick and dense because it takes so much workload, and there are so many muscles that connect into it. Remember that gluteus medius? Guess where it connects? ITB. Okay? Remember gluteus maximus at the back? Guess where it connects? ITB. Okay? There is a little muscle at the front here called the TFL. I just showed it to you now. Tensor fasciae lata. Guess where it connects? ITB. You've got it. Now, if we take a look at the direction of that TFL, it can do a couple of different things. It can flex the hip. So it is helping the iliopsoas, and it can internally rotate because of the direction of the fiber, and maybe it can abduct. Yeah, so quite clever little muscle. It's not very big, but it can actually help in a lot of different ways. Okay? The ITB is responsible for keeping the femur in line with the pelvis. So when I am walking, I want to make sure that I have the line of my legs underneath my pelvis, which is fine when I'm walking, you know, because my brain has a chance to kind of slowly. But now, let's say that I want to start running. That requires much faster response, yeah? If my gluteus medius isn't doing its job, and I'm kind of running like this, okay, with my hips buckling, my ITB goes no problem. The glutes obviously aren't doing what they need to do. I'm going to start tightening to help stabilize my legs underneath my pelvis. And all of a sudden, I'm wondering why my knees are so sore. And it's because the ITB is contracting and it crosses over the knee. So for a lot of people who come into the studio and they've got knee issues, in the back of my head, I'm going, well, is their bum doing what it needs to do? Because if the bum is weak or inhibited in any way, probably the ITB is picking up the slack and now they're taking this tension on their knees. Yeah? Okay. And it's very, very common with a lot of runners. Yeah? Okay, so we've got the iliotibial band running down the side of the leg. Now, we've got a few more muscles that connect onto the ITB. Okay? And they are at the back of the leg. They are called the hamstrings. Okay? The hamstrings are made up of 3 different muscles that work together. So, this is what the hamstrings look like. There are 3 of them that work together. 1, 2, 3. They are called semimembranosus, semitendinosus, and biceps femoris. Okay, so 3 muscles that work together. And basically what they do is come from the sit bone. Do you guys remember the clinical name? That's the coccyx. Ischiotuberosities. It was late last night when we did that. So basically, they are all attaching towards the sit bone. So they're going to cross over the hip joints. They come down. 2 of them actually attach over to the inside of this bone, which is called the tibia. And 1 of them crosses over to this side and attaches to this bone, which is called the fibula. So regardless, it crosses the hip joint and it crosses the knee joint. So immediately you're going, oh, okay, so it must be able to do quite a few different functions. It can extend the hip and it can flex the knee. So the upper hamstrings extend the hip. The lower hamstrings bend the knee joint. So sometimes people will say, ooh, my hamstrings are really tight. And maybe you could be thinking, well, is it both ends of the hamstrings are tight? Or is it more towards one side or the other? Okay. So when we do our little movement session in a few moments, I'm not going to do the classic hamstring stretch with you. Guys, there are so many different ways that we can stretch the muscles, right? So we're just going to introduce a few different ways so that you get an experience of it. But a lot of people nowadays are going to be really tight around the knee, because if we are sitting, as soon as I extend or flex the hip, the gluteals are getting stretched and so are the upper hamstrings. But if your knees are bent, what's happening at the hamstrings here? Yeah, basically they're getting shortened, right? So you might very well find that your hamstrings are tight in different areas. Okay. Exactly. Exactly. All right, so at the back, we've got gluteus maximus, deep muscle piriformis. We've got the hamstrings running down to the bottom and below the knee. On the side of the leg, we've got gluteus medius, gluteus minimus, and that comes down onto the iliotibial band, which goes below the knee. And at the front here, we have the little TFL muscle, which helps to flex the hip, along with the muscles that connect to the spine and down to the front of the femur, which is the iliopsoas. Yeah, so we're starting to piece together how this whole pelvic girdle works. Okay. So now on the front of the leg, we have a muscle called the quadriceps. How many muscles make up the quadriceps? Yeah. Wasn't a trick question, okay? Quadriceps, quad meaning 4. So those 4 different muscles are called the vastus medialis, the vastus lateralis, the vastus intermedius, and the rectus femoris. Those are the 4 muscles. So if we take a look here, so on this side, you can see 3 of the muscles, and on this side, you can see the intermedius. Okay. Right here. Okay. So it's 4 muscles that make up the quadriceps. So do you guys see that your kneecap, your patella, this is where it attaches into the fascia, the connective tissue of the quadriceps. Remember yesterday we did that little thing where we played with the knee and you could see how it kind of like moves around, right? Yeah. So the quadriceps, if one of the muscles is really overdeveloped or underdeveloped, it can start to pull the tracking of the kneecap out, and then people start to struggle with what's happening around their knees as well. Okay? So 3 of the muscles, vastus lateralis, vastus medialis, and vastus intermedius, all attach to the top of the femur, and they come down and they attach below the knee. Okay? The medialis goes to the inside, the lateralis goes to the outside, and the intermedius goes in the middle. All of them cross the knee joint only. So let's say that the hamstrings have just contracted, the quadriceps have to let go, yeah, to make the movement happen. And then I'm going to straighten my knee. I am extending my knee. The quadriceps can contract. Okay, so the hamstrings and the quadriceps are partners. One of the muscles of the quadriceps is called the rectus femoris. Okay? The rectus femoris is unique because it connects up onto the pelvis. It goes over the hip joints and it goes over the knee. So it helps. It works with the other quadriceps to straighten the knee, but what else can it do? It bends the hip. It flexes at the hip. So the rectus femoris is also a hip flexor muscle. Do you remember earlier today, I said to you that the iliopsoas is sometimes called the one joint hip flexor? Okay? The rectus femoris is called the 2 joint hip flexor. Both of them together work to bend, to flex at the hip. Okay. So it just tells you how important that movement actually is, right? Because that's how we propel ourselves forward as well, draw ourselves forward. So those are our quadriceps muscles. And again, just like the hamstrings, it's amazing how many people get tight along those muscles. So the hamstrings feather into the IT band, and so do the quadriceps. There is so much workload coming through that IT band down the side of the leg. It's definitely something that we need to pay attention to make sure that these muscles are doing what they need to do. Okay. We have a muscle called the sartorius, which is the longest muscle on our bodies. And it used to be called the tailor's muscle as a nickname, because when the tailors in the old days used to sit, they used to sit on the floor with their hip flexed, externally rotated, knees bent. They used to sit cross-legged, right? That's exactly what the sartorius does. So the sartorius comes from the side of the pelvis, across the hip, over and to the inside of the knee. So the longest muscle on our bodies, okay, that is the sartorius. And it's responsible for all three of those movements. So it helps flexion, external rotation, flexion of the knee. One last muscle and then you have to move. You good? Good. Great. Okay, so we take our leg out to the side, and that is called abduction, right? Taking the leg out. We need to be able to counterbalance and pull our leg back in. So those muscles are called the hip adductors. Guys, we all pretty much call them the inner thighs. You say to anybody now, we're going to work our inner thighs. They know exactly what you're talking about, all right? But technically, it's the hip adductors group. Now again, it's not one muscle. It's 5 different muscles that work together, all right? So we have what is called adductor magnus. It's really big. It goes from the inside pelvis here to the inside of the femur. We have adductor longus. We have adductor brevis. And we have this tiny little muscle called the pectineus. They all connect to the inside of the femur somewhere, and they are responsible for pulling the leg in. Okay? The 5th muscle that joins this group is called the gracilis. And the gracilis goes from the same point up at the pelvis, but this one crosses over the inside of the knee and it attaches to the top of the tibia. So it is also responsible for helping to stabilize the knee. So oftentimes when we stretch our inner thighs, we kind of go into that reclined butterfly position, or we sit up and we put our soles of our feet together. That's going to get 4 out of the 5. But if you want to get that last one, you've got to do something like a straddle sit where your legs are straight in order to get the inner thigh to be able to stretch and release. Okay. So again, it's a little bit of a catch-22 here, is that a lot of people will start to get weak adductors. And not only are they weak, they're oftentimes tight. I mean, that's pretty much like the worst combination of muscle that we can get. And it could happen in any of the muscles, is a weak, tight muscle. Yeah? So if the adductors are weak and tight, everything else is having to compensate somehow. And again, oftentimes that loading goes into the iliotibial band. Yeah? Okay. So, are you ready to start piecing this together a little bit? Let's say yes. Fabulous. Okay, good. So please give yourself some space. I want you to move those cushions out of the way. And And just make sure that you've got some space beside you as well. Come onto all fours. We might need to move you around, we'll see. Then you come forward this way. Yeah. Like this. Come forward a little bit as well there. You guys might need to go back, we'll see. Okay, that's perfect, perfect, perfect. Look at you, you're front and center. Yay! Yeah. All right, so again, wrists are nice and comfy. All I want you to do is to extend your right leg backwards and keep your toes on the floor. Hold it there. Level out your pelvis, and on your breath, pick up your right leg and hold it in the air without dropping into your lower back. Flex your ankle and push energy out through the heel of your foot. Stay there. This is an isometric contraction. Can you feel how the gluteus maximus is starting to switch on? Hold it there. Point your toes. Round your spine and pull your knee towards your nose. Hold. Stretch your leg back and lengthen your spine. And again, round. Lift your belly away from your thighs. Extend, reach back. 2 more. Can you feel as you round your spine and pull knee to nose that your hip flexors are working? And extend long, reach back. 1 more time, round your spine, tuck, 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 tuck. And then extend your leg back and you hold. Stay there. Flex your foot, push energy through the heel, level out your pelvis, waking up gluteals. And now I want you to sweep your leg out to the side and place your foot onto the floor more or less in line with your left knee, and then roll your baby toe down. Is that okay on your ankles, your knees, and your hips? Yes? You're going to keep your spine lengthened. Start to shift your body weight back. Keep your hands where they are. Can you feel a stretch in the inner thigh? Good. And release forward. And again.
It doesn't feel.
Yes, absolutely. So find your range. Press backwards and forwards. Gentle rhythmic movement. And pull forward. So you're not going to stay there. It's a movement. Last 2. Press back. And forward. Last 1. Press back. Lovely, guys. Come forward and hold it. Lift your leg up and stay there. Hold it. Hold it. Can you feel it? Oh, hold it. Can you feel gluteus medius? Thank you very much. Sweep your leg around to the back. Stay there. And now bend your knee and step your foot to the outside of your right hand. Hold it. Come up onto your hands so that your hands are resting on your knee. Both hands. Up you come. And then just toe heel your foot in so that you are more or less in line. Abs connected. Start shifting body weight a little bit forwards and a little bit backwards. Does anybody need a pad underneath their knee? Everybody's good? Back and forwards. That's it. Just back until your hips are in line. There and forward. So you're not straightening the front knee. You're shifting body weight. And now come forward as far as you can manage without losing your abs. Focus your gaze and see if you can reach your hands down to the floor beside you. Hold it. Breathe in, reach up. Eye line up. And exhale, let your arms come down. Don't drop your gaze. Good. Breathe in, lift up. Can you feel how it adds tensioning to that hip release? And lower the arms down. Last 2. Inhale, reach up. And exhale, release. Beautiful. One more time. Breathe in, reach up. And exhale, release all the way down. Put your fingertips lightly to the ground beside your heel. Now start to move your hips back. Keep your fingertips and foot where they are. And forward. And again, press back. So can you feel now that you're starting to release the hamstring, the back of the leg? Keep it going. Now see if you can keep your pelvis level and your spine long. 2 more, press and forward. 1 more time, press back and don't move. Soften your front knee so it's not straight. Lift your toes up towards the sky. Lengthen your spine so your shoulders are away from your ears. And now we start to do just a little bit of internal, external rotation. So remember where I said we were going to do a little bit of a hamstring release? That's not like your normal stretch. This is it right here. We are gliding the 3 different hamstring muscles over each other. Beautiful. See if you can keep your shoulders, keep it going. See if you can keep your shoulders and your pelvis nice and still. And it's just the hip joint itself. Yes, can you feel the difference there? Yeah, you can feel your pelvis wanting to wiggle, right? Ah, you okay though? Yeah. Okay, good. Bring your toes back to the center. Place your foot flat. Walk your hands forward and put both hands flat to the ground. Hand on the outside. Yeah. Tuck your back toes under. Lift up your back leg and hold it. Now you better use abs and push your hands firmly to the ground. Step your right leg back and you are in a plank position. And you hold energy through your crown, energy through your heels. And you're going to bring right knee in, knee to the ground, left knee in, and you are back on all fours. Sit back into a resting position for a moment, taking the pressure off your wrists and taking an opportunity to breathe. How's everybody feeling? Good. Loosens up nicely, hey? And on your next breath, draw yourself up once again onto all fours. Now from here, we're going to move on to the left side. Center yourself, extend left leg back, hold it there, level out your pelvis, and then lift your leg up and stabilize. Stay right there. So you want to feel energy through the heel of your foot. So flex. This is an isometric contraction. Keep breathing. Find the gluteal connections. And now point your toe. Round your spine, touch knee to nose. Hip flexors. Extend and reach long. And again, round your spine, knee to nose. And extend. 2 more. Round. And extend. 1 more time. Round. And extend. Hold it. Once again, flex your foot. Push energy out through the heel. And now circle your leg out to the side. Put your foot flat to the ground. See if you can more or less get your toe in line with your knee and then roll the outside edge of your foot down. Lengthen your spine. Start moving your hips back and forward. Keep going at your own pace. At any point, if you need to adjust the position of your leg, do so. And what you might find is that things start moving and gliding a little bit more easily as you do a few more repetitions. Holy cow, nice. You okay?
Yeah.
Last one. Come back to the center, hold it. Equal pressure on your arms, abs connected. Lift your leg up and hold it. Glute medius, straighten your elbows, glute medius, sweep your leg around to the back and you stop, hold it there. Step your foot to the outside of your left hand. Bring your hands up onto your knee, Lift your eye line and balance, and then toe heel your foot onto the mat and find support. Start shifting your body weight a little bit forwards and a little bit backwards. So you're getting, so don't push all the way back. It's more about an emphasis forward here to find that hip flexor opening. Yes. So make sure that you're not just hanging into it. You want to keep your core connection. Imagine a thread lifting you up through the crown of your head that is suspending you. Last one, bring yourself forward and hold it. Abs. Release your hands. Inhale, reach both hands up. And exhale, release them down. 3 more. Inhale, lift. You notice how it adds tensioning to that hip flexor release and down. 2 more. Inhale, reach. Exhale, lower 1 more time. Inhale, reach. And now exhale, come down and put your hands on either side of your foot on your fingertips. All right, now start moving your hips backwards and forwards. So now you're going to go into a hamstring release. Start small. It doesn't have to be huge. Beautiful, guys. Let's just take a few more. And now on this last one, move your hips back and stay there. Hold it. Soften the front knee. Your knee is not straight. Lift your toes up to the sky and then lengthen your spine as much as you can manage. And we start turning the toes in and out like windscreen wipers. Allow the movement to come from the top of the hip joint. So it's that hamstring glide.
It's kind of sort of like outwards.
What do you mean sore? Like a release or pain?
It's like a more like.
All right, so yeah, so maybe straighten your knee a little bit more than you've got it, and now try.
A little bit better.
Yeah, listen, it could just be that you're tight there. It could be fascial release. Uh-huh. Yeah, so it could be that's exactly what you need. And then finish your last one. Bring your toes to the center, put your foot flat. Bring your hands forward a bit, one hand on either side of your foot, but put your hands flat down. Tuck your back toes. Lift your back knee. Pause, abs. Step your left foot back, plank. And you hold. Isometric contraction. And you hold. I sincerely hope you're breathing. Energy through your crown, energy through your heels. Bring one knee in underneath you, bring the other knee in to join it, sit back into child's pose and take a moment to rest forward and stay there. Just giving yourself an opportunity to notice the shift, notice the release, notice how your body is responding. Now on your next breath, draw yourself up onto all fours, coming onto hands and knees. I want you to tuck your toes under and then just hover your knees off the ground. Stay there. Move your hips back, lift your hips up, downward facing dog. Maybe pedal your heels down a few times, see what feels good. And then press both heels towards the floor. Now pick up your right leg, not too high. And then bring your knee in towards your nose. Pivot your shin diagonally across and place your shin down. And then slide the left leg back. And we're coming into sleeping swan or sleeping pigeon. Start to walk your forearms down, resting elbows, bring your head towards the ground. And can you feel a stretch into the right deep gluteal? So guys, this is your piriformis. This is the muscle that can pinch or squeeze that sciatic nerve. There are lots and lots of different ways that we could stretch this muscle out. This is a lovely one because you have an opportunity to settle your body weight, to let gravity draw you a little bit deeper. And for anybody whose knees or hips don't like this, we can adjust the position or put a little bit of a block or support under the right thumb. Take another breath in. And on your exhale, walk yourself up onto your hands. Firmly root your hands. Tuck the back toes under. Lift the back leg up so your pelvis comes up. Step your right leg back and into downward facing dog. And then just move through your legs gently. Just giving yourself an opportunity to get the circulation moving through the legs. Noticing your ankles, your calves, any other areas that you want to pay attention to. Now, pick up your left leg, not too high. Bring that knee towards your nose. Swing your leg diagonally across, placing the shin down, and then slide back. Lower your arms, lower your chest, maybe lower your head, and settle into your sleeping pigeon. Observe on your own body, how does this left side feel in comparison to the right? So, you know, maybe for Kayla it's easier because she's left-handed, yeah? I think for the rest of us, the left side might be a little bit tighter. So it doesn't have to mean anything. It's just an opportunity to observe ourselves. And any given day could be different from the one before. It's going to be different tomorrow. Stay connected into your breath. And on your next breath, slowly walk yourself up. So now, tuck your back toes under, lifting that leg, step yourself into downward facing dog. Hold it there, pedal out your heels, get a little bit of circulation going again. Send both heels towards the ground, and then just soften your knees as you walk your feet towards your hands. And then crouch all the way down so you are on your haunches, so crouch down. Just roll around on the knuckles and on the toes. Change direction, roll the other way. And then move your hands back so you can sit gracefully on your bottoms. Gracefully. That's it. And then just bring your feet a little bit out in front of you. So you're sitting with your knees bent. Separate your feet slightly, separate your knees and arms reaching out in front of you. Take an inhale to sit up tall. Exhale, roll yourself down onto your backs with control, using abdominals. Place your arms down and settle all the way to the floor. Put your hands beside you. Bring your feet a little bit closer in towards your bum. I want you to keep your knees and feet hip distance apart. We're about to go into a pelvic curl. So I want you to take a breath in, and on your exhale, tilt your pelvis and start rolling your hips up towards the sky. So arms are down beside you, rolling up into a bridge. And when you reach your top position, I want you to stay for a moment. Notice on your own body what is working. Take another breath, and then exhale, roll down through your spine. Place your lower back before your bum touches, yes. and release at the bottom. So now we're going to refine the movement. Take a breath, exhale, tilt your pelvis, come up just a little bit and hover. Hold it there. Can you feel that your pubic bone is tilted towards your nose? That's called a posterior pelvic tilt. It means you are opening and releasing the hip flexors and engaging the gluteals. Take another breath. Exhale, come up halfway higher and stop. Are you still tilting your pubic bone to your nose, or have you started to push with your lower back?
Start going back.
Exactly. So the lower back at a certain point likes to take over. Take another breath. See if you can come up even higher, keeping that posterior pelvic tilt so that I know your bum cheeks are working. Can you feel the stretch in the hip flexors, and can you feel the stretch in the quadriceps? Can you feel the gluteals and the lower abdominals doing their job? We're holding it here. This is called an isometric contraction. Take a breath in, and then exhale. You get to ripple down through your spine, imprint the lower back, release your pelvis at the bottom. Now, pivot your feet so that your heels are touching and the toes are slightly apart. Heels touching, touch them together. You still have your feet flat though. Still have your feet flat. And your knees have gone into a diamond shape. So go back to where you were. Heels touching. Touch. There. So you're still rooting into your feet. That's it. There. Perfect. Now, you're going to do the same pelvic curl. Take a breath. Exhale. Tilt your pelvis and start rolling up just a little bit to hover. Hold it there. You're in a posterior tilt. Can you feel gluteals? Can you feel the external rotation like a ballerina, and your heels are glued together? Take another breath. Exhale, start to come up a little bit higher. And as you come up, tilt your pubic bone towards your nose. Yeah, fantastic, Caitlin. Can you feel that?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Take another breath in. Exhale, come up into your bridge where you have a posterior pelvic tilt. I think you can come up even higher there, Isabella. Even higher. Yes. Hold it there. Watch your knees don't close. We want external rotation at the hip. Can you feel bum cheeks? Take a breath in and exhale. You get to ripple down through the spine. Show me lower back touching before your bum does. Imprint. Yes. Release and relax. Now, bring your big toes together, touch your knees together so your legs are closed. So heels are also connected. That's it. Hold it there. Last set of pelvic curl. Take a breath in, squeeze. On your exhale, tilt your pelvis and come up just a little bit and hold, squeeze. Take a little breath in. Exhale. Come up a little bit higher. There's your lower back pushing. Tilt, squeeze. Yes. Are you okay? Take a breath in. Exhale. Come up to your full bridge. Legs together. Tilt your pubic bone to your nose. Wakey, wakey in our thighs. Yes. Can you feel something? Good. And you get to ripple down through the spine. Knees, 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 knees. Good. Und relax. Stretch your legs out. Just let yourself flop there for a moment. So you're just going to have a brief Shavasana. Just let your body integrate all the movements, all the breath, that beautiful awareness of your pelvis, your legs. Taking one more inhale and exhale. And then slowly coming all the way. Good. Lovely, guys. Come up into sitting. Yes? You felt
I was about to put a muscle in.
pull. Okay. Like, have you injured yourself?
No, just like, you know, when you
Like a
pull
quick
away,
one?
you just
Yeah.
release it and then you just come back.
Okay. All right. So when did you feel that?
I felt it when I was doing this. And then I like pull my pelvis towards me more and more.
Yes,
and more,
yeah,
then
yeah.
pull- yeah.
I felt
Yeah.
the exact same thing on the other side, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, those different pelvic curl positions that we did, I did that very specifically so that you could feel the differences in the muscles that were working in each different position. So the very first one that we did was the legs in parallel, right? Okay, so that might have been a bit of hamstring that you might have felt working there, getting the lower abs connected. When we go into a V position and there's external hip rotation, that is designed to switch on the gluteals, which maybe is why you kind of felt a little bit of a tweak.
Yeah, 'cause
Mhm.
yeah, it felt connected.
Exactly.
More on the outer than
Yeah, so that might have been gluteus maximus kicking in there. And then when we bring the legs together, I'm sure you could feel those inner thighs working. But what's so interesting is that that inner thigh connection is very closely related to that one hamstring muscle. So sometimes the hamstrings really work hard in that last one as well. Okay. So you can play with the leg positions there depending on what works for your body or not. My bum cheeks are very lazy. They don't like to work. So it's something that I've got to remind myself about all the time. But I really benefit from working in that V position because it forces my bum cheeks to switch on. Yeah. Some people, they've got really tight IT band. And so as soon as we have the legs like this together or like this, their knees don't like it. And then for those people with really tight IT band, maybe it's good to take the legs wide apart because then it kind of like releases it a bit. So it's kind of going back to what we were talking about yesterday when you're on hands and knees. And our common cue is get your wrists below shoulders, middle finger forward, spread the fingers out. If that doesn't work for somebody's tightness through their wrists, their arms up to the shoulder, you need to adjust. You know, nothing is written in stone. The whole thing about moving through these postures is about what are the benefits, what shape does your body need to make, as opposed to, here's that perfect Instagram picture that we're all trying to aim for, right? It's not realistic for everyone. Okay. Awesome. Nicely done. So, now what we're going to do, you can move back a little bit if you want to. Give yourself some more space. We're going to talk a little bit about the lower legs and then we'll take another 5-minute break. Okay, yes. It's really nice if we can actually take a look at the theory, but then integrate it into movements like we did now so that you have a physical experience of it. All right. So we have some muscles below the knee that we want to take a look at. All right. So this muscle here is called the tibialis anterior. And this tibialis muscle comes from below the knee, runs down, and it attaches just to the inside of the arch. Okay, this is the tibialis. And it's quite an important muscle for us to actually be able to walk. Because when we walk, we step forward and we've got to do this heel strike first, yeah? If our toes were dragging, that would be a problem. We need to be able to lift our toes up. And that's what this tibialis does. So as we do that movement, the tibialis is contracting in order to lift our foot up. And then we can release it, and then the other side has to do its job, okay? So the tibialis anterior, really important for walking. It dorsiflexes the ankle and the foot. Okay? So dorsiflexion, if I said to most people, like right now when you're on hands and knees and I told you all to flex the ankle and push energy through your heels, you all knew what to do. That is dorsiflexion. Okay? A lot of clients don't understand that terminology. So then you might say something about pull your toes towards your nose or push your heel away from you or flex the ankle. Okay. So the tibialis anterior is responsible for flexing, dorsiflexing. Its counterpart are the calf muscles. Now the calf muscles are made up of two different muscles here. The first one is a big meaty calf muscle called the gastrocnemius. And then it works in conjunction with another muscle called the soleus. So that's the gastrocnemius there, big and meaty. And that's the soleus there. And take a look at how much connective tissue. That's gastrocnemius. And that is soleus. They work.
Is that over?
This is under.
Under.
This one is over, the gastrocnemius is on top, and the soleus is underneath. And you see all of the connective tissue that runs down, that is the Achilles tendon. Okay? So the Achilles tendon, again, is very dense because it takes so much workload. It's like the IT band. There are certain areas of our body that are really dense connective tissue because they have to work so hard, okay? And the Achilles is one of them. So it's very, very resilient. And if somebody snaps their Achilles, basically they're lame. They cannot walk because then you don't have any attachments of those muscles to your foot, okay? So as I step forward when I'm walking, that is dorsiflexion, that is tibialis anterior, and my calf muscle is getting a stretch because they're partners. And then I'm going to roll through my foot and I'm going to push off this way. That is now called plantar flexion, pointing the foot. And that is now working my calf muscles. So my calf muscles are responsible for plantar flexion of the ankle. Yeah? So there is this balance between the front and the back, tibialis and calf muscles. People get amazingly tight in their calf muscles, right? Yeah? So the calf release or releasing the Achilles tendon is really, really important as well. All right. Now, let me see if I can find a little picture for this one. And that's the... That's not it. Here we go. Fibularis. So the fibularis used to be called the peroneals. Okay, so if you hear peroneals, just know that it's the fibularis. Do you guys remember that this is called the tibia, this is called the fibula? So fibularis, it kind of tells you where it is, right? So this is a muscle that runs down the side of the leg. And it attaches to the outside edge of the foot. There's the fibularis, attaches to the outside edge of the foot. So when this muscle contracts and shortens, it is going to pull the foot out this way. Yeah? That's the action of the fibularis. Now, some people call this pronation. The actual correct name of it is eversion of the ankle and foot. But quite frankly, if you said to somebody, pronate your ankle, they would pretty much know what to do. And it's this muscle that works here. Now, again, we've spoken about walking. We know dorsiflexion, tibialis anterior. Plantar flexion, gastrocnemius. And then there's a whole action of the foot that comes into play. So that as we do that heel strike, there's a little bit of a rolling, I'm exaggerating, there's a little rolling through the foot, and then as you push off, there's that movement. I'm exaggerating. The fibularis is helping with that walking action with that lower leg. Yeah? So now that's on the outside of the leg. We have a counterbalancing muscle called the flexor hallucis longus. You don't have to remember that, FHL. This is the flexor hallucis longus. This now crosses over to the inside of the foot. So when this one now contracts, it pulls the other way. Yeah, it pulls this way. So now we've got tibialis, flexor hallucis longus, fibularis, gastrocnemius, and soleus. Yeah, amazingly complex. So something I didn't mention when we were looking at our skeleton. Do you guys remember how many bones we have in the average human adult? Close. 206. 206. You have 26 bones in one foot. 2 feet together. 52. That is 25% of your skeleton is in your feet. I mean, isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
They are incredibly complex. Yeah, that's why we have foot specialists, because there's this whole other mechanism. And as soon as you're in a standing position, your feet are your foundation. There's a whole ripple effect that comes up your body from your feet. We do so much standing work in yoga. This is really important. Yeah, and it's so wonderful that we have a chance to work without shoes in yoga and Pilates, because it gives us all of that ability, that opportunity to exercise, strengthen our feet, mobilize all the joints around the feet as well. Okay, think about people that are stuck in shoes. I don't think there are too many women that have to wear heels in corporate anymore, but it used to be a big thing, right? Can you imagine being stuck in those shoes all day, and then that resulting effect that it has on the rest of your body? Yeah. So I want to talk a little bit about the connective tissue that's around the feet and the ankles as well. So the soles of your feet have all of this connective tissue in them called plantar fascia. I don't actually have a picture of it. And the plantar fascia, if it tightens up, it's a condition called plantar fasciitis. Like literally, some people will get up in the morning and they can't even stand on their feet when they get out of bed because their feet are so tight. So it becomes like quite a big issue. That plantar fascia is related to the whole back line of the body. Yeah? And if your feet are affected, you could have lower back pain, neck pain, tight hamstrings. There's a whole ripple effect. Also, around your feet, around your ankles, is this band of connective tissue that pretty much holds the tibialis onto the front of the shin. It's called the retinaculum. Okay, you've done ballet. Done any ballet? 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 Mm-hmm. Even if you haven't done ballet, have you seen how ballerinas tie up their shoes and their ribbons? That cross action and around action replicates that retinaculum. And it's incredibly important for stabilizing through the ankles and through the feet. All right, so we're going to do just a little bit of a test with you. Could you please come and stand upright? I want you to just stand next to your back. Put it back now. I thought we were following. And we have to go onto the studio. 2 seconds. All right. You look like an orange person. There you go. You're welcome. All right. Okay, so don't stand on them yet. Come off your mat, either on the carpet or on the tiles. It doesn't matter where. Just put the ball in front of you. And I want you to hold it there for a second. Maybe just angle this so we can see you guys instead of me, because then it's good feedback for you guys. All right, so now, all I want you to do is to lift your heels up and hover your heels. Test your balance. Can you notice if you're wanting to roll in or out a little bit? Notice all that feedback. And then lower your heels down. Shift your body weight onto your right foot and step your left foot gracefully in front. And you've got your heel in line with your second toe, so don't overcross. Lifting up nice and tall. Can you feel all the adjusting and the movement? And now stepping your left leg out. And then step the right foot in front. That's it. So you're standing evenly on both feet, so you can place that foot down. That's it. A little bit less or more stable on one side than the other. And then stepping your feet nice and wide. Line up your toes with each other. Let your heels float up. And now see how high you can lift. Ooh. And then find your stability. And lower your heels all the way down. Shift your body weight onto your right leg. Lift that left knee up. Hold it. Hold it. Feel a bit of work happening. And place that foot down. Shift onto your left foot. Bring your right knee up. Stabilize. Stabilize. Fantastic. And releasing all the way down. Good. I want you to take your foot, it doesn't matter which one, and start rolling your foot out. Oh, that feels so good. Okay. Whenever we get stock of these balls, I promise you they're sold out like this because everybody wants one.
Maybe they existed actually.
These are fantastic. So we ordered them from a place up in Joburg, and they come in like sets of 6. So they're really nice to use as props in our classes. So we do a lot of fascial release work. So guys, what you're doing right now is releasing the fascia in your feet, which is your plantar fascia. Remember, we have all these nerve endings in our fascia that give us feedback, right? And then release. Let's do the other side. Give yourself a nice little roll around. Aha. Good. And then just notice on yourself as well if you've got like little hot spots or trigger points in either foot, maybe both foot, maybe one side feels a bit tighter or easier than the other. And then release. And now just lean down, get yourself in a comfortable position, pick up the ball and massage the front of your ankle. Remember that little retinaculum I was telling you about? So we're massaging out the retinaculum. And switch over to the other side, massage it out. And you can place the ball beside you and come all the way upright. Line up your feet. You're gonna hover your heels, rise as high as you can. Let's notice if it feels any different. Release it down. Stepping left foot in front of right. Notice if it feels any different.
Okay.
Reframe.
Sorry, I'm a bit
It's
excited.
all good. And then just see if you can pick up that left knee, balance. Really looks very stable. And place that foot down. Step your right foot in front of the left. Nice. Lifting that right knee up. Beautiful. And release. Fantastic. Good. You can grab a seat. You're welcome to hold on to the balls. Yeah. So it becomes very addictive to work with these balls as well. You can use them throughout your body for fascial release. What I really like about the feet is that it gives us an immediate response for balance. Even if sometimes I get people to stand, close eyes, feel their body weight, roll their feet out, and when they come back, it just feels completely different, like everything's been released out a little bit. Lighter, exactly. All right. So guys, we have finished down to the lower body. We still have a little bit of work to do around the shoulder girdle and down through the arms. So we're going to be finishing up with upper body. Shall we take a 5-minute break and then come back? Fantastic. Let me hit pause. Okay, so the last bit, which is actually quite an important bit of the body, is the shoulder girdle. So remember we spoke about the pelvic girdle at the bottom. Now we've got the shoulder girdle above it here as well. So, you know, we pay so much attention to what's happening around the abdominals, the hips, the pelvis, right? There is an equal amount of work and attention that needs to go into the upper body because this actually balances the lower body. Okay? And there are a surprising number of injuries that people can get, especially around the shoulders and around the neck. That can be quite vulnerable areas for some people. So we're going to start looking at the muscles that are on the back body first of all. So we have a muscle called the trapezius muscle. We have it on the right and on the left. And when we look at it as a whole unit, it almost looks like a kite. It's got that shape to it, that kite shape. So the trapezius muscle, this is just the left side that's shown in the body here. You can see that it comes from the shoulder blade up to the skull, from the shoulder blade to the middle of the spine, and from the shoulder blade, it also comes down as low as T12. So it's quite a large muscle. But because of the different directions that it runs, each section of the trapezius has a different job. Yeah? So the first bit, which goes from the scapula up to the base of the skull, is called the upper trapezius. So when the upper trapezius shortens or contracts, it is going to lift the scapula. It's going to elevate the scapula. Then we have from the shoulder blade to the middle of the spine, like this. And when this contracts, it pulls the scapula towards the spine. And that movement of the scapula is called retraction. Some people call it adduction of the scapula. And then the third part, which goes from the lower section of the scapula down towards the spine. Looks like this. See the angle it's running on? When that muscle contracts, it pulls the scapula down and towards the spine. So the thing that all of them have in common is that it moves the scapula. It moves the scapula towards the spine somehow, either up, center, or down. All right, so we've got upper trapezius, middle trapezius, and lower trapezius, all guiding the scapula along the back. Okay. We have a few other muscles that also act on the scapula. One of them is called the rhomboids. Now the rhomboids can be broken down into two parts. There's quite a large one called the rhomboids major, but it works in conjunction with a tiny one called the rhomboids minor. So we oftentimes just call them the rhomboids, and we just have an understanding that they work together, okay, that they're the same muscle. So again, if you take a look at where they attach, they are going from the inside border of the scapula, and they are connecting to the spinous process, but on a slight angle up like that, very slight. So when the rhomboids contract, we've got one on the left and one on the right. When the rhomboids contract, they pull the scapula towards the spine, but they also pull it a little bit up. So again, it is retraction with a little bit of elevation. So the rhomboids and the middle trapezius will squeeze the shoulder blades together. So guys, if you think about our common posture nowadays, where people are like this, we've already kind of realized that the back extensor muscles are getting released, they're getting stretched out. But when we round our spines, can you see as well that maybe the rhomboids and the middle trapezius muscles are kind of getting switched off as well? Because the scapula end up just kind of getting pulled wide to the side. So remember when we did the cobra earlier today, and you could feel the scapula moving, yeah? Any kind of extension of the spine is so good for waking up these back muscles as well. So now the rhomboids have a partner muscle, as all our muscles do. And this muscle is called the serratus anterior. So the serratus anterior actually goes from underneath the shoulder blade at the back, and it wraps around the sides of the ribs. So it's got an amazingly big area that it connects to on the ribs, all the way around the sides of the ribs. So from under the scapula out along the side of the ribs there.
That's what's coming.
Exactly, yes, that's the side view and the front view. So the scapula sitting on the back here, the serratus goes underneath it and sits on the underside of the scapula. And then it comes around the side and it attaches to all these ribs along the side. So now, when this muscle contracts, it's going to pull the scapula outwards. So when we pull the scapula towards the spine, it was called retraction. When we pull the scapula away from the spine, it's called protraction. So the rhomboids and the serratus provide almost, it's like a railway line where the scapula can glide along it depending on which one is pulling and which one is releasing. So they work together. So again, if we go back to our very common posture nowadays, where people stand with the upper back rounded, yeah, the rhomboids are getting stretched out. The scapula are getting pulled forward. That serratus can actually become shortened. And then things get locked on the back here, which is why it's so lovely to be able to do all kinds of movements of squeeze together, release, open and close the arms, so that you're really kind of opening the front and connecting onto the back. Are we good? Okay. So we have one more muscle, couple more muscles, but one more muscle in particular we're going to talk about that moves the scapula. And that is called the levator scapula. So just like the name sounds, it elevates the scapula. So the upper trapezius and the levator scapula muscle actually work together to lift the shoulder blades. So that is the levator scapula muscle there. So what's also interesting about this muscle, can you see that it almost has like a little rotation in it? It goes from the tip of the scapula, but then it almost does like a little bit of a twist and attaches up to the top vertebrae and onto the skull as well. So with the connection here, and then it comes up and it does that rotation, it can elevate the scapula, but it can also create a twisting action like this. Twisting action like this, all right? It can get really tight on a lot of people. Who here would love for someone to just rub out their neck and shoulders? Me. Listen, guys, so this is 99.9% of people nowadays. And again, it's a lot of tension that we hold. It's a little bit of a protective mechanism, but also it relates back to our posture maybe where we are rounding spines and then these muscles start to shorten. So oftentimes stretching out the neck and shoulders, it's amazing how it just frees up the movement around the shoulder girdle. So after we've done this little bit of theoretical review, we're going to do another little movement session focusing on the upper body so you guys can get a sense of how we can start moving and releasing a lot of this. Okay. All right. There is a massive muscle on our back called latissimus dorsi, the lats. So have you guys seen bodybuilders that have those incredibly broad backs, right? It's almost like these wings that are sticking off them exactly. That is latissimus dorsi, all right? So we kind of think about it as being a back muscle. In fact, it moves our arm, yeah? So it's one of the reasons it's so easy to injure, by the way, because the lats come all the way from the sacrum up along the back, spreads out wide, and then it comes and attaches to a tiny little point on the inside of the arm bone, the humerus. Okay? So it can do a couple of different movements here. See if I can find my picture to show you. Right here. This is latissimus dorsi. Look at that massive connection on the back and then this tiny little insertion on the arm. Okay, it's one of the reasons why it's so easy to injure. It's a huge connection on the back. So, you know, a lot of bodybuilders, they can actually rip it quite easily because they want to push these super heavy weights, right? And it's just not really made for that. Okay, so the lats can do a couple of different movements. They can pull the arm backwards in space, which is called extension of the shoulder. Yeah. They can also bring the arm from the side. They can pull the arm in this way. That is called adduction of the shoulder. And then it can also do internal rotation of the shoulder because it attaches to the inside of the bone, so it can do internal rotation of the shoulder. So a lot of times, you know how many people have a tough time bringing their arm up here? Guys, this is considered a normal range of movement. We should be able to bring our arm 180 degrees. How many people do you know that hunch their shoulder, bend their elbow, lean to the side, do something to cheat? And oftentimes it's because the lats are so tight, okay? So it's one of the muscles, again, that we're going to have a little experience of releasing when we do our movement session. So that is the lats. Do we have any questions so far? Okay. The muscle that is the partner to the lats is called the pec major. Okay? Pec major is our chest muscle. Guys, it's the same thing. It has this big attachment on the front of the chest, on the front of the ribs, and then it comes in and does this tiny little connection onto the same point on the inside of the arm. Yes, exactly, exactly. So again, a lot of guys want to really develop their pecs, and it's so easy to injure it because of how it's built. Okay? So the lats coming from the back, the pecs are coming from the front, and basically the pecs go all the way along the sternum up to the collarbone, like that, and they fan across, and then they attach to the inside of the arm bone. It's the same thing. It has a couple of different options for movement. If I was to shorten this muscle, it's going to lift my arm forward. If my arm is out to the side, I shorten the muscle to pull it across. That is called shoulder horizontal adduction. It's got a special name. And then it can internally rotate.
So we do, and if you go like this with it?
Yeah, so that would actually, yeah, that's pecs working all the way across. Okay, yeah. So what's also interesting, the lats and the pec major internally rotate the shoulder. So that is a very supported movement to do internal rotation of the shoulder. So that is pec major. We also happen to have a tiny little muscle called the pec minor. And I'm just going to show it to you here, just so you can see where it is. It's really a tiny little muscle. Connects from the shoulder down to the front of the ribs. And its job is to essentially help us breathe. So every time we inhale, lift the ribs. Every time we exhale, it lets go and it lets the ribs drop. Okay? So pec major and pec minor have very different functions. Okay. So we spoke a little bit about what's happening at the back of the body, at the back of the neck, when it comes to elevating the scapula. We have some muscles at the front of the neck that are very dominant, and that is called the sternocleidomastoid. And we do also have another group of muscles here called the scalene that you can see on the other side. So this is sternocleidomastoid. I'm going to break it down for you because it's very obvious when you break down the name where it attaches. Okay? So sternocleidomastoid, guys, is oftentimes abbreviated SCM, just so you know what it is. Okay? So we have erector spinae that takes our head back. We also have upper trapezius and levator scapula that can assist with that movement. And that movement is called extension of the cervical spine. Yes? When we take our head the other way, it is called flexion of the cervical spine. And this now is where the sternocleidomastoid comes in. So let's break it down. Sterno, sternum, cleido, clavicle, mastoid, mastoid process. So basically, from the mastoid process, it connects onto the clavicle and it connects onto the sternum, so that when it contracts on the left and on the right, it tucks the chin in. It is very weak on a lot of people because if you have this head forward position, it's getting lengthened. Yeah? It can sometimes be tight and weak, which is the worst possible combination we can get. In the deep, deep neck, remember now, guys, we've got superficial muscles and we have deep muscles. Deep inside the neck, we have a muscle called the longus colli. It sits behind the throat, but in front of the spine, and it basically helps us do that little nodding action of the head, but tiny. It's the refined movement at the neck. So again, it's about finding balance between the front and the back of the body. Are we good? Awesome. So, guys, I would like you to please come onto all fours. Push your mats out of the way. Give yourself a little bit of space. So, kneeling on all fours. And I just want you to close your eyes for a moment. And I want you to find an awareness of where your scapula are sitting on the back of your ribs. And then stay there with your eyes closed and just take a moment to breathe in and out consciously and notice the movement of your ribs. Feel the expansion. Feel the closing of your ribs, and then notice the gentle response of your belly as you do this as well. And now blink your eyes open. On your next breath, round your spine like a cat. So rounding your spine, you're tucking your tail, tucking your chin. Pause for a moment. Lengthen your spine and move towards extension. Lifting your tail, lifting your heart, lifting your eye line. Cat-cow, guys. Yes, there you go. And again, start rounding your spine. And then lengthen, extend. Now keep it going. You're welcome to close your eyes. Bring your awareness to the movement of your scapula on your rib cage. When you round your spine, can you feel how the rhomboids stretch out? And when you extend your spine into the cow position, can you feel how the scapula retract, that there's a shortening of the rhomboids? Protraction, retraction of the scapula as you move. And taking just one last time, come back to center and hold. Now balance on your right hand and just reach your left arm to the side. Hold it there. Thread the needle through so that you place your left arm down, reach through, get your head to the ground, and then settle into a little bit of thoracic rotation. So this is a wonderful stretch for around the cervical spine, levator scapula, upper trapezius, maybe the sternocleidomastoid. Now, if you're comfortable there, start to slide your right hand forward along the mat And what you're doing there is starting to release and stretch into the latissimus dorsi, because where do the lats connect? They connect onto the top part of your arm, right? And now you are simply going to slide that right hand back in and then place yourself up onto your hands and knees. Now, balance on your left hand and reach the right arm out to the side. And on your breath, thread the needle through. Resting arm, resting head. Take a moment to settle into the rotation. Notice how this feels in comparison to the first side. And then start to slide your left arm forward. This is releasing the lats. So while you might be having a little bit of a focus on your upper body, some people could possibly be feeling the stretch all the way down to their backs. And we're going to take one more breath in. Bring your hand onto the floor and press yourself up onto all fours. Nicely done. I want you to tuck your toes under, get your wrists in a comfortable space, and on your breath, hover your knees just off the ground. Beautiful. You are weight bearing on all the major joints of your body, bringing your awareness to your pec major that is supporting you. Underneath, take a little breath, exhale, release your knees down, relax your feet out, sit back, pick up your hands, and give your wrists a little bit of a shake. Yeah? Can you feel that awareness that it creates all around the upper body? So guys, did anybody feel a difference between the right and the left sides with the rotation, the thread the needle?
Well, if I go
Yes.
but if I go this side, I'll feel down the right side.
Oh, isn't that interesting,
So
hey?
I feel it on the opposite.
On the opposite side and low down in your back.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's, yeah, but then, yeah. So that's actually the rotation of your spine. Okay, interesting. Cool. And for anyone else, what was happening?
I was feeling the connection here on both sides.
Well, as soon as you brought that
As soon as I
arm-
brought it forward, yeah.
Yeah, so and again, that just highlights the latissimus dorsi and those connections there as well, eh? Okay, so that's a really nice one for you to do then. And when you do your child's pose, so nice for you to start working, really stretching those arms, because that will hit the lats as well. Okay, fantastic. Awesome. So let's just keep moving through the upper body while we have our momentum, yes? And if we're going to take a look at the shoulders, we have some rather superficial muscles around the shoulders that we're going to take a look at, and that is called the deltoid. So this is the deltoid here, and I think we spoke about it yesterday as the superficial muscle that basically protects the shoulder joint, because guys, the shoulder joint, as a ball and socket joint, it's pretty shallow. Yeah, it doesn't have much protection. So this muscle is a great way to make sure that the joint is protected as much as possible. And we have 3 different sections to it. So the muscles run in different directions. So we've got from the side here, over the shoulder, attaching to the outside of this arm bone, that's called the humerus, and it pulls the arm out to the side. That is abduction of the shoulder, and that is the medial deltoid that's working. Now guys, it's the same muscle. If we come around to the front, and now this portion of the deltoid contracts and pulls the arm forward, which is called flexion of the shoulder, that is called the anterior deltoid. And then we have a section at the back that attaches to the back of the arm that when it contracts, it pulls the arm backwards in space. And that is called the posterior deltoid that extends the shoulder. So it's one muscle with three very different functions. Yeah, and that is the superficial muscle. Underneath it, sitting very close to the joint, is something called the rotator cuff. You guys heard of rotator cuff before? So you're waiting hopefully. So the rotator cuff can get injured on a lot of people. It can get weak, it can get tight, again the worst combination, but it's also quite easy to damage it if the shoulder gets tight and then we have this expectation of being able to do a big movement and then something goes, right? So the rotator cuff is made up of 4 different muscles, and the way that you can kind of remember it is SITS. S-I-T-S. Okay? So we have supraspinatus. I'm going to go through it with you on Bob. We have infraspinatus, S-I. We have teres minor. And we have subscapularis. And they each have slightly different functions. Okay? So SITS, the first S stands for supraspinatus. Remember when we were going through the skeleton and I said that this is the spine of the scapula. Above it is like almost like a channel where I can stick my finger, all right? There's a muscle in there which is called supraspinatus. So that muscle sits in there, it comes around and it just attaches to the top portion of the arm bone, the humerus. So when it contracts, it pulls the arm out to the side. They're tiny, guys. This is a small muscle. It can only take the arm 15 degrees to the side. And then after that, the medial deltoid takes over. Okay? The I for SITS, infraspinatus. The infraspinatus actually sits on top of the scapula at the back. It comes around and it attaches onto the humerus at the side here. And now when it contracts, it externally rotates at the shoulder joint. Tiny, tiny, tiny movement. And then T stands for teres minor. Teres minor connects just onto the border, little section of the border of the scapula here, and also onto the side of the arm. It also externally rotates. So we've got 2 little muscles here that help us externally rotate. And then the last letter is another S, SITS, and that is subscapularis. So sub meaning under. It sits underneath the scapula here, and it comes around and connects to the inside of the arm bone. So now when this muscle contracts, it internally rotates. A very small movement. So guys, this is actually very unfair. We have 2 muscles, tiny little muscles that externally rotate, and we have 3 muscles, pec major, latissimus dorsi, and subscapularis that internally rotate. No wonder when we do rotator cuff work with the band, it is so much more difficult than doing internal rotation because there's just an unfair advantage, right, when it comes to the muscles that are helping you there. Yeah. But not to say that we want to neglect external rotation, because if you take a look at our general bad postures, rounded spine and internal rotation, it's so important to open up that front body. Yeah? Connect all of those muscles. Are you good with the shoulder? Okay. The next two muscles on the arms are very, very straightforward because I think most people, when we talk about anatomy, we talk about the biceps and we talk about the triceps. Okay? So the biceps are actually a few different muscles that work together. So when we talk about the biceps, we're generally talking about what is called the biceps brachii. Okay? And the biceps brachii, if I can find a little picture for you here, it has two different connections, which is why it's called bi. Okay? So it's got two little connections up at the shoulder and below the elbow. And this is what a lot of people actually don't realize, is that the biceps connect onto the coracoid process and onto this tubercle here. That is above this arm bone. They come down, and then we've got one head that connects to the radius and one head that connects to the ulna. So we all know that when we do a biceps curl, it bends the elbow. We all know that, right? Did you guys know that the biceps help with this movement? Flexion of the shoulder. Yeah, it will, definitely. But a lot of people actually don't realize, we think when we bring the arm forward, pec major, anterior deltoid, but the biceps also assist with flexion of the shoulder, not just with the bending of the elbow. Okay? There are some other biceps muscles that sit lower down. They don't cross the shoulder, they only cross the elbow. Okay? And it's called the brachioradialis. Okay? And it's quite a short, stocky muscle, and it's designed for like that initial impact move again. So all those muscles work together. The balancing muscle, the partner muscle, is the triceps. So tri meaning three. So this one now has 3 attachments. Right here. So you can see here that it's got 2 attachments up at the top and 1 below the elbow. That's the tri. Okay, 2 above and 1 below. This is the counterbalance. So the tricep connects onto the back of the shoulder here, the back of the shoulder blade, comes down, so it's got 2 heads up at the top. It has 1 attachment at the back here, and it connects onto this bone, which is part of the ulna. It's got a really unique name called the olecranon process. Okay, you just need to know it connects onto the back of the elbow there. So now, once we've done our bicep curl and that tricep has stretched out and released, when we contract the tricep, it straightens the elbow to bring it back. But again, people don't realize that the triceps also have the capacity to bring the arm backwards in space. They can extend the shoulder joint, just like the biceps can flex the shoulder joint. So it's finding the balance between those 2 sides. Are we good? Fantastic. So we've got the biceps and the triceps. Guys, I am not going into massive detail with the forearm. All you need to know is that we have so many muscles that run down the forearm that help us pronate and supinate, okay? They can also get quite tight. They can also become a little bit weak. We kind of take it for granted that we can do that. But there might be some people that have a very restricted range of movement. So a couple of years ago, there was a woman who did our yoga teacher training course who was a dentist. And when she did downward facing dog, she could not get her thumb onto the floor. And she was so tight through the forearm here because of all the dentistry work that she'd been doing. So she had to do some very, very specific release work for her forearms to get her pronation to where it needed to be to support her in some of the postures. And it's just one of those things that we take for granted, right? You start watching people move and you can start to pick up what's happening with tightnesses and imbalances and that sort of thing. Okay. So again, just like the feet, the hands can be quite complex. So we're not going into details about all the muscles of the hands, but there are a few things that I do want you to be aware of here. Have you guys heard of carpal tunnel syndrome? Okay. So we have this nerve that comes from the neck, comes down the shoulder, the arm, and it runs into our hands, and it gets into our hands through this little tunnel in our wrist called the carpal tunnel. And if that tunnel starts to narrow in any way, it can start to squeeze that median nerve. We start to get pins and needles. We start to get tingling. Doesn't this sound familiar? Sciatica? Yeah, you can get that same kind of squeezing on the nerves here with the carpal tunnel. So just like we have this retiniculum down in our ankles, we've got this band of connective tissue over the wrist here that if it gets really tight, it can start to squeeze and put some pressure. So when we do our movement series in a few moments, we're going to do a little bit of carpal tunnel release so that you can feel it as well. Okay. And then with our hands, any of the movements that we do like this with our fingers. So, I mean, we do have muscles in our hands that help us move and grip. But when we do this movement with our fingers, it's actually coming from tendons that are in our hands. Check this. So the muscles are in the forearm and they become tendons in our hands. Okay. So a lot of the movement that comes from the hands is coming from up the forearm. So come up into a sitting position just for a moment. You can just sit however feels most comfortable for you. But I just want you to let your hand rest like this, so that your hand is very floppy, and just notice that there's a natural curl of the fingertips, right? Okay? Now I want you to take your thumb of the other hand and start to just squeeze, and then come down a little bit lower and squeeze. Can you start to notice that your fingers are moving involuntarily? Squeeze. And that's because those tendons are controlled by these muscles in the forearm. Now, I promise you, I'm not doing anything with my hand. It's just doing that naturally. Yeah? And try the other side as well, because it just feels like a nice massage.
Not sore, just like
You're aware of it.
want to.
Yeah. So you've also got to be careful that you're not pressing on it like a nerve or something that doesn't like it. You want to get onto the muscle itself, and then you can start to feel the fingers moving around.
I like to do that with my knee, because my knee used to, when I sit, I do the back force and I can just
Yeah, did you guys have to do that when you were a kid? And if you went for like any kind of like checkup at the doctor, and then you sit with your legs hanging, and then underneath, and they wanted to see if you had like a reflex, hey?
Yeah.
No, we used to do it on each other all the time. Me and my two brothers, the legs would go kicking out. Exactly. All right. So we're going to finish off with just a little bit of a movement session so that you can just feel how to integrate a little bit of this with what we've been doing, okay? So I want you to please lie on your left side, facing towards the window. You can have your heads facing towards me. So you're basically lying like this, and then just cradle the back of your neck. Bend your knees up as if you're sitting in a chair, because then your lower back will feel nice and easy. And then take your right arm, just reach it forward out in front of you on the floor. Start to lift your hand up to the ceiling, and then just slowly turn your head and look up at your hand. Pause there for a moment, relax the back of your neck. Now continue taking your arm all the way back, and then hold it there for a moment. Yeah, you got your hand in the fireplace there. Do you want to come forward here?
Please.
That's it. Take a little breath in. And then you can exhale, and you're going to roll yourself all the way back to the front again and relax your hand down. Can you feel what a wonderful stretch it is for the chest? Here we go again. Lift your arm up, and then rolling yourself all the way back. Just feeling that lovely stretch and release. And then coming all the way forward. And release, and we're going to do one more time. Lifting arm. Let your head follow. And then when you reach the back, pause for a moment. Notice where you're feeling it the most, if it's in the arm, the shoulder, the chest. And then bring yourself all the way back around to the front. And relax. Roll onto your backs. Hug your knees in towards your chest. And then stay there and place both feet to the ground. Knees bent. Take your hands up to the ceiling above you. Palms facing each other. Straight elbows. And we start to scissor the arms. So one arm goes overhead as one arm comes forward. And we switch and scissor. Switch and scissor. So just taking a moment as you move here to feel how your scapula glide up and down your ribs behind you as you move your arms. It's all connected, all part of the shoulder girdle. Notice how it feels on the right and feels on the left. Bring your hands back up to the ceiling and bring your hands all the way down beside you. Turn to lie on your other side, facing towards me. Cradle the back of your neck. Hug your knees a little higher towards your chest. Your left arm comes out in front of you. Inhale, lift your arm, look up. And then open your arm and back you go, finding that thoracic rotation. Take a little breath. And then exhale, forward you come. And release. And let's do two more. How does it feel on this side in comparison to the right? Is it different for you? And bringing arm up. All the way to the front, and let's do just one more time, lifting your arm, and exhale. Stay for a moment, lifting your arm, and rolling all the way back to the front. Now this time, turn onto your hands and onto your knees. Come onto all fours. And I just want you to settle yourself. Start to turn one hand outwards and pointing your fingers as much towards you as possible. If it feels like it's too much, then backtrack. And then see if you can do the same thing with the other side. And Maybe you have the same rotation, maybe not. And are you feeling a little bit of stretch here in the carpal tunnel? If this is a nice stretch for you, you stay. If it's too much, maybe bring your shoulders forward because that will unload the joints. And if you want to increase it, what you could do is almost sit back a little bit. Oh, does that feel good? Stay there for just a few more moments, releasing into the carpal tunnel. And then bring your shoulders a little bit forward. Pivot your hands to the front. Pivot your hands to the front. Hold it here. Now, guys, we're going to be going into downward facing dog again. When we did down dog earlier, we actually did it with a focus on the legs. Now the focus is on the upper body. Okay? So take a moment to make sure that you have 60–70% of your body weight on thumb and forefinger. Tuck your toes under. Take a little breath. And on your exhale, press your hips up and back. Maybe walk your feet out a few times, pedaling through the heels. And then allow yourself to settle, pause, and bring your awareness to your upper body. Feeling the external rotation at the shoulder. Feeling the connection into the thumb and forefinger. If you bend your knees, are you able to straighten your spine a little bit more? Can you find softness into the back of your neck? Relax your head. Can you extend your elbows so that your triceps are working and your biceps are finding balance? Can you notice that gentle stretch of the lats? Feel the length of your spine and see if you can start to straighten your knees a little bit without losing that length of your spine. Bring your awareness to your abdominals and allow them to flatten and support from the front. Gently reaching your heels towards the ground. It doesn't matter if they touch or not. Reach through the heels and finding that length and release in the Achilles, the calves, the hamstrings. Take one more breath to create space. And exhale, lower your knees gently. Separate your knees, sit back into child's pose. Bring your hands together in a prayer position. Bend your elbows and place your hands behind your head. Finding a little bit of release along the back of the arms, taking all the pressure and weight off your wrists. Pausing just for a moment. Release your hands forward and coming all the way upright. Guys, really, really nicely done. Could you feel now that was the same pose that we did earlier? And if you simply switch your focus, you can connect to your physical body in a very different way. So you can kind of choose at any given point, what is your emphasis? Is it about the legs? Is it about the feet? Is it about the upper body? Is it about the spine? Maybe it's connecting into the breath and feeling all of those deeper internal connections. Okay, and you can apply that to any pose that you do. Okay.
How do I see my shoulders?
Good.
That was so early.
Yeah.
This is how to do it.
Okay, great. So feeling a little bit of a release now. That's great. Cool. So you've had a lot of information thrown at you. And again, I'm going to tell you to not even worry about it tonight. Just let it slowly seep in. You're starting your actual yoga teacher training tomorrow, which is very exciting. So 9 o'clock class, with Sam, lovely warm-up. We'll do our opening ceremony. And then after that, you're going to be working with Bianca, starting off with Sun Salute A and Sun Salute B. And from there, see if you can start integrating that understanding and really feeling what your body's doing. It's so easy to step onto your mat and it's beautiful to move, but starting to integrate as a teacher trainee about what's happening with the movement, what's happening with your body, how can you modify for yourself if something's tight, if something isn't feeling good, because I promise you, you're going to get those students in your class that ultimately you're going to need to teach, and it's great if you can have that personal experience to figure out how to actually help them find their modifications as well. Okay. Have any questions come up yet? I'm not expecting any questions. I'm always surprised if somebody does have a question because I know it's a lot of information. So guys, what I will be doing is emailing you your anatomy assignment so that you can start to work through it. You've got the anatomy assignment already. It's the same one. The only thing that's different is you need to be able to come up with some yoga postures when we ask about the different movements and the different planes. All right. But I'll keep touching base with you guys as we go along, to make sure that everything makes sense. All right. And I'll be at your opening ceremony tomorrow as well, so you will see me. Okay.
When is the assignment due?
So basically, it's due before the end of your course.
Because then before that May.
Yes, exactly. I would recommend, because you guys are now going to be getting assignments on a weekly basis, if you can, try and at least go through it and give it to me for some feedback by the next weekend. Okay. Just so that it doesn't start to pile. Okay. Fantastic. Awesome, guys. Well done.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Listen, guys, please leave